will help you with your creative endeavors and help you to get, excuse me, the shots you want to be able to go through all of the amazing videos that we had listed on there. I'm joined today by Garrett Sammons, and we will have a nice little intro. We will be talking about a good amount of items today. So Garrett, if you're on, go ahead and jump on, buddy, and I'll do a real quick intro for you.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going, Garrett?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Love the shirt, by the way.
Well, you know, when you run a company called Nice Shirt, you kind of have to rep it.
That's fantastic. We had a little bit of technical difficulties. I do apologize. After almost 2 years of Zoom, you would think that we would all be proficient as can be, but I know that you had a few intro videos. So if you are capable of sharing them on your end, I think that would be a little bit easier way to go.
Let's see how we do here. We'll try our best and we'll see what happens. All right, here we go.
That did work. You're muted now, but that was
marvelous.
There we go.
All right.
So that was a great intro into how we're going. And excuse me. We're trying to figure out exactly when doing these things on the best interaction. Beautiful setup, amazing shirt, nice shirt company. You got to go with that. I figured what we would do, have that intro, have you come through. Our chat has already been blowing up, and thank you everybody that's coming through. I see that we've got everybody from Norway to Michigan to California. We're really going to use this as a good interactive platform for you. And we're lucky enough to have Tina moderating. So if anything is going to come through that is going to be easy to handle, she'll handle. Otherwise, we're just going to queue everything up. And right towards the end, we're going to go straight into a Q&A. So for all of you attendees, anything that might come up for you, drop them in the chat panel, as well as we do have a Q&A module that you should see directly at the bottom of your Zoom screen. So I love it. Philly, Oregon. All right. So that being said, the floor is yours and we can go ahead and interact, or if there is a presentation that you would like to include for us, you have control.
Well, marvelous. Thanks, John. Thanks, everyone, to B&H and Light Panels for having me. My name is Garrett. I run a production house called Nice Shirt Media, hence the very loud Floridian shirt. And today we're going to talk about a couple of things. The first thing that we're going to dive into is talking about how to light interviews, whether they're for corporate or for documentary. It's an important skill set that anybody who's in this industry should probably know, whether you want to do narrative work or you want to do commercial work. It's a good skill set to have. And then kind of contextualizing that with how we use some of these light panels products in that. But before we get into the specifics of how we lit and why we lit the scene that we're going to be looking at today, when it comes to lighting interviews, there's three kind of principles that I try to adhere to help the end product be the best that it can be. Because again, if you're shooting corporate commercial work, you're trying to get some sort of messaging across, either about a service or a product or a particular organization. Or if it's documentary work, of course, there's a narrative that's going with that. So we obviously want to serve the story in a way that makes sense for that story. So The three principles that I try to adhere to is, of course, the larger the environment. This is the first one. The larger the environment, the better it can serve a story. Especially when starting out, a lot of people will get crammed into conference rooms to film interviews for corporate work, or will be in, bedrooms or living rooms to shoot interview stuff for documentaries. And that is rarely the best option in terms of helping convey a story, telling a story. And so one of the ways that we can kind of combat getting closeted into tiny little rooms is, of course, by what we would do is a location scout. Before you go and actually set up to film for the day, you would talk to whoever it is that you're working with, and you would walk through that location, and then you could give them suggestions of, we'd like to be here or here, like if there's an atrium or a lobby or an entryway. But the larger the space that you're in, the better chance you have to contextualize your story, because of course any small conference room, those are everywhere. That doesn't tell you anything about where you're supposed to be. Same with a bedroom or a living room or small spaces. But if we think about where our story takes place and what we're trying to say, creating interview setups in spaces that serve that story are going to, at the end of the day, the end product is going to be much better. And then if it's corporate work, your clients are going to be happier. If it's narrative work, your subjects or the messaging is going to be better. So that's the first principle. The larger the environment that you can film in, the better. We can always modify a large environment for sound and lighting. That's not a problem, but it's much easier to work in larger spaces than smaller ones. And that then leads to the second principle, which is the idea of lighting spaces and not faces. Oftentimes, we will try to light someone to look as good as they possibly can in one angle, with one camera setup, and in one seated orientation. And anytime we try to move the camera or move our subject or, change or have any sort of variety, the whole lighting setup falls apart. Either we're going to have stands and lights in the shot, our angles aren't going to be quite right, lighting isn't going to look good from another camera angle. So thinking about things in terms of backing things up, giving ourselves space to move our cameras, move our subjects, move throughout that space, that's going to give us a lot more latitude in terms of what we're capable of filming while there, without having to worry about breaking things down. Because of course, downtime is the enemy of efficiency on a film set. So making sure that we can be as efficient as possible and be able to move throughout the scene is also going to be something that's really important to talk about. So that's the first one. And then that's the second one. And the third one is, of course, lighting with story in mind. So the shot that we're going to be kind of dissecting today, and there's two of them because we did two different camera angles here. So let me show you this real quick here. So here's one of the angles that we have here. This is kind of our hero shot or our master shot here. We're in a theater. We cast someone who vaguely looks like Lin-Manuel Miranda. It's coming through a little dark on the live stream, but behind our character, kind of back in here, we have a lot of theater seating. And the reason why, of course, we filmed this character in a theater is, if we're going off of the idea of being someone who's Lin-Manuel Miranda-esque, placing them in a theater, having a theater environment around them is going to contextualize who we're talking to, why we're there, and what they're contributing to our story. So especially when we're talking about documentary work, when you are thinking about where you're going to conduct your interviews and how you are going to conduct your interviews, you need to first and foremost think, of course, about the story in mind, because everything in filmmaking stacks on itself. So our lighting needs to contribute to our story. The location needs to contribute to our story. Wardrobe needs to contribute to the story. How we have our camera angle set up. All of those things all work together to help make compelling visuals. And especially when we're talking about documentary work, we're really making the case for an audience to feel a particular way about our subject or the topic that our subject is covering, right? Or if you're somebody who primarily does commercial work, right? Your client, whoever the end company is that we're talking about, has a way that they want to be presented to the world. So we need to understand how they want to appear, not just physically, but how they want to appear as a brand, to the world that they're marketing themselves to. So whether it's for the corporation or organization themselves, whether it's a product or whether it is a service, thinking about how we present ourselves, and by ourselves, I mean the end video, is going to be just as important as the words on the page, the script that's being read, the interview questions, all of that stuff. So those three principles are kind of the guiding principles that I use when it comes to how we set up lights for a given project. It's going to be different for every project that you do, right? Not every lighting setup is going to look the same. Not every client is going to want the same aesthetic. So this is something that is an exercise that you constantly are doing for every project that you're in. But everything that we talk about from here forward is with those three principles in mind. The larger the environment, the better it can serve your story. We need to light spaces and not faces. And then, of course, lighting with story in mind. Now, from a technical standpoint, in order to do that, in order to light larger spaces, in order to light spaces and not faces, and in order to serve the story the best we can with our lighting, there are two components to the fixtures that we use, or to the lights themselves that we use, that are really important. Whatever your budget is, you should always be looking for the brightest, most accurate light you can afford. It's going to do two things for you. Anytime we modify a light, you're losing one of two things. We're either going to be losing the spread of that light, or we're going to be losing the intensity of that light. That's just the way the modifiers work, with rare exception. But anytime we modify a light, if we're going to be losing stops of light or the spread of that light, we need to make sure we have a bright enough light that we can modify comfortably without then having to adjust too much within our cameras, right? Cameras are incredible now. In 2021, all cameras are pretty great. We have pretty decent latitude in terms of ISO and that kind of thing, but all cameras have kind of a set range in which they produce the best images possible. And anytime we deviate too far out of that range, no matter how we have things lit, we're not going to get the best looking images we can. So it's always better to bring in more light than it is to ramp up your ISO, right? So we want to make sure that we have super, super bright fixtures. That's one. The second one is the most accurate lights possible. In the world of filmmaking, we're combating kind of two things that happen. One, our brains are constantly lying to us. They're always giving us the best version of the things that we're seeing, right? So if you're in a crowded space and you're having a conversation with somebody, you're going to be really hearing just the person that you're talking to, even though there's a lot of other sound around you. Audio in film equipment doesn't lie in the same way. They can't narrow that stuff out. It just turns into a whole bunch of noise. In the same way with the eyes and with cameras, right? In dark environments, our eyes can adjust. In bright environments, they can adjust. If we're in super warm lighting, our eyes will adjust to make things seem normal. If we're in super cool lighting, it'll make things seem like they're normal. But cameras can't do that. We have to tell the camera how we want the world to appear in order to get things to work properly. And the way that that ties in with lights is that the color accuracy of that light, when matched with the way that we're telling the camera to interpret it, is going to directly affect the quality of how people look. If lights aren't accurate, and when I talk about accuracy, I'm talking about color accuracy. If a light that we use has a green cast to it, right, where there's a little bit of a green tint to it, it might not even be something that we notice in the moment. The camera's going to notice. And then when we go into the edit and we look at our footage, we're then going to have to color correct for that tint. And again, it's going to turn into this thing where we're not getting the best image we possibly can. So by having extremely accurate lights means that I know that when I dial in a certain CCT value or a certain tint and offset, I know exactly what I'm getting with those lights. And then I can tell the camera how I want it to behave in conjunction with that. So any light that you buy, any fixture that you buy, you need to make sure that you get the brightest, most accurate light you can. And because of that, that allows us to back the lights up. We can then light spaces and not faces. We can then light larger environments, and we can then service the story better. Again, the more limitations we can remove from ourselves as filmmakers, the better. And having the right tools for the right job makes everything work much, much more seamlessly. So the reason why I bring that up, we're going to dive into how we set up this particular lighting setup. But for this whole thing, we used a series of the Light Panels Gemini lights one of which I have hanging up over here. So before we dive in to the specifics on each light, I want to look a little bit at this guy here. So there are 3 main lighting principles that are used for interview lighting. You can be as creative as you want with any of these. Those principles, of course, are our key light, fill light, and hair light. Our key light, I'm going to just zoom in here just a little bit here. Our key light is our main light source, which of course is this light that's coming in on the side here. We have a pretty intense tonal contrast or contrast on our skin tones. If we look at like this cheek here versus this cheek here, those are 2 to 3 stops different in terms of our lighting contrast, which is good. But we know that our main light source is coming from here. That is our key light. The fill light is what comes in from the other side. And this isn't necessarily always a fixture. In this case, we didn't use a fixture here for our fill. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But the whole purpose of a fill light is to remove unattractive shadows. It's not to remove shadows. You still want contrast in the way your people look. You don't necessarily want something always this dramatic. Again, we're going for a very high contrast, high drama theater look in the way that we have this one put together. But you don't want to remove contrast. Contrast is very important in making dynamic images. But a fill light is to remove unattractive shadows, shadows that we don't want to be there or don't look flattering on our subject. So it's a way to fill that light in without necessarily making it as bright as the key. And you can see here that even though this side of the face is clearly darker than the key, I could even pinch in a little further. You can see here that still on that cheekbone, we're getting a little bit of the Rembrandt triangle. We're still getting a good catch light in the eye, and the fall off from the bridge of the nose kind of onto the cheek is still soft enough that it's not a really hard line or hard contrast kind of coming across that. So making sure that the light is bright, but still soft, that we have contrast, but not unattractive shadows. That's kind of how our key lights and our fill lights play together. The third basic lighting principle when we're talking about interview lights is, of course, the hair light. In this one, we have a pretty dramatic hair light. You wouldn't normally have one that's this intense, but if we kind of look at the shoulders here, kind of at the top of the shoulders here, and across the top of the head, you'll see that there's this really kind of bright light that's coming down from behind them. Now, again, this is kind of an extreme example of a hair light. Generally, you'd want the hair light to just be visible but not noticeable. We'll talk about why we lit it the way that we did here in a moment. But the purpose of your hair light is to separate your subject from the background that they're in or the environment that they're in. And even if you're in a very well-lit space, like the background here obviously is super dark, but even if you're in a well-lit space, you still need that separation. You don't want your subject falling into the background that's behind them. You want to pull them off of that. And that's the purpose of a hair light. Now, a hair light has 100,000 different names, edge light, rim light, crown light, backlight, hair light, and they all serve like very slightly different minute purposes. But in general, we call them hair lights. And in general, that's what they're for. You don't always need a separate fixture for each of these. Again, it's much more about the principles of this lighting setup than it is about the actual, you have to have 3 lights and they have to be different sizes. And that's nonsense. But those principles are how we do that. But before we can actually get into lighting our subject, the first light that we actually want to look at here is our context light or our background light. And for this light, we used a Gemini 2x1 soft. So now, again, I know it's a little dark in the live stream here. When this goes up to YouTube, it'll be a little brighter than this. But the 2x1 Gemini light panel is an incredibly bright and incredibly soft light. And it's lightweight enough that we were able to put it up easily on a combo stand. You can see it off in the far right there. And we pointed it out towards the chairs, towards the seating. And we put barn doors on them, which you can see here, in order to control the spill of that light. So that way it wasn't kicking back onto the stage and interfering with our subject, but it was just a way that we could add a little illumination to the lighting that is behind our subject to, again, give context and give placement to where that person is and how that interacts. Now, a couple of cool things about all of the light panels fixtures is we have full CCT control, which means that we can put it in any Kelvin readout within the standard Kelvin range, from all the way past warm tungsten, all the way past cool daylight. And in a theater, again, thinking about things in terms of story, lighting for the story, we wanted to make sure that we were kind of playing off of the idea of the two sets of lights that happen in a theater. We have the stage lights and we have the house lights, right? And generally there are different types of lights depending on the type of production that you're doing. So for this context light, for this background light, for illuminating the chairs that are behind our subject, we wanted them to be really dim because, of course, stage lights are going to be much brighter than house lights. And we also wanted that light to be a lot warmer, because when you're working with tungsten fixtures, as you dim those tungsten fixtures down, the CCT value of those fixtures changes too and goes much, much warmer. And the nice thing with the Geminis is you have full dim control from 0.1% all the way to 100% in 0.1% increments. So you can get very detailed with how you adjust the intensity of that light. But in addition to that, you also have full CCT control. So we dimmed that light down, and it was about 20%, put it up on a combo stand, shine it down onto the audience, the seats, where an audience normally would be, and then adjusted that CCT value to be super warm, to behave in the way that house lights would. John threw in the chat here that they are throwing in some specials right now, and he put a link in that. Pete, I'll get to your question in just a second here. Let's kind of get through this light and then I can circle back on that there. The other nice thing about these lights, because they are full spectrum RGB WW lights, in addition to CCT, you also have tint or offset, right? So when we're talking about white balance or getting accurate white light, or how we interpret white light, it's not just our CCT or Kelvin readout. Also, depending on the environment that we're in or what other light fixtures we're pairing with, there could be some tint to it, which would go green or magenta if we're thinking about a color matrix. You also have full control over that. So with a color meter, you can very quickly and very accurately match these lights to any environment that you would be in. Okay, so Pete over here asks, how much do you rely on post-shoot correction via logs, LUTs to manage lighting results? That is a great question. General guiding principle, get it as close to right as you can in camera, and you're going to have a lot better time in post-production. There are two very different things between color correction and color grading. Color grading is giving it the aesthetic or the look that you want something to have. Color correction is fixing it to a point to where it is then usable. The more correction we have to do, the less grading we're able to do. Because again, depending on the footage that we're using and the latitude of that footage, everything has a cap and a ceiling. So the less we have to do to fix footage, the more we can do to creatively make the footage what we want. So whether you're shooting in log, whether you're shooting in a camera that has raw, whether you're shooting in a camera that doesn't have either and you're working in standard, always trying to nail the look that you want in production is going to make your editor love you more. It's going to make your DIT love you more. It's going to make your colorist love you more. And if you're the type of person that you're all three of those things yourself, you're going to love yourself more once you're in the edit. Okay. So that to say, that's our background light. That's our context light for this setup. Depending on where you are and what the environment is that you're filming in, you may not need to have a dedicated fixture for a background or context light. It might just be modifying the light that's already there. There's big giant windows, maybe just throwing some diffusion up between the windows and the background of your subject is going to be enough to soften that light up and to stop it down to give it something that's reasonable with your foreground. However it works for you, that's fine, but we don't want to just focus on lighting our subject. We definitely want to make sure that we're lighting everything that the audience sees. Because if we don't pay attention to the background and we just light our subjects and then move on, the people who are going to be watching the content that we create are going to notice everything. Because of course, the only eyeballs they have into the world that we're building is the ones that we're showing them. So think about your shots holistically in terms of starting with our background and working our way forward. That's going to give you a much, much better time in your filming. So that's our background light or our context light. The next light I want to talk about is our hair light. which for this one, we used a 1x1 Gemini soft, which is the same light that I have here in the background. Now, we put a softbox on it, but we didn't throw any diffusion in front of that softbox. I wanted to use it more to control spill than anything else. And then on top of that softbox, as you can see here, I put a 60-degree cloth grid. And again, that is to manage spill and to make that light directional. And because the 1x1 soft is a very soft light, I didn't then need an additional amount of diffusion to make that work. The other nice thing about the 1x1 is that it is such a lightweight fixture. I was able to throw it up on a combo stand, a booming combo stand, and fly it in over my subject and behind them while still giving me enough space to move throughout the set. Whereas with heavier fixtures, I would have to use something like a Menace arm or something like that. And you can see here, this is what that hair light is doing in shot 1, and here is what the hair light is doing in shot 2. But having a fixture that is so lightweight that a standard combo stand is enough to support it, and you can fly it up and fly it in and over, is a great way to have something that doesn't take a ton of rigging. You don't have to do any grip work or scaffolding or rely on G&E. It's a really, really easy, compact way to get a whole bunch of light. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that hair lights generally are something that we wouldn't want to be very noticed. And of course, if we look at this shot here, our hair light is very, very, very noticeable from the top of the head, kind of coming down here to kind of the back of the ponytail, wrapping around the shoulder like this and over this shoulder, kind of hitting the neck like that. Again, going back to this idea of lighting for our story, right? Because of course, everything is dependent on our story. We go back to this idea of lighting house lights versus stage lights. And for this setup, I wanted it to feel like it was a stage light coming from behind, shining down onto the way that like a spotlight would, that would be following a subject that would be on the stage. So I was much more comfortable using a very, very bright hair light here, where otherwise it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, because I wanted to give it that feeling of being in the theater. And in the same way that we did with the Gemini 2x1, the Gemini 1x1 fixture that we had here was again set to a very warm CCT. That way we got that really nice glow around our subjects. Okay, we have another question here. Ruth says, on the fill light side of the face, how do you know what the level is that you won't have noise? Great question. Okay, so that's from Paul. Wonderful. So Paul, I will answer that in just 1 second. There's two things that we can know about our fill lights. Any DP or gaffer, anybody who works with lights, really should have a light meter. A light meter is going to give you a reference understanding of what your camera setting should be for the lighting environment that you're in. There's different kinds of light meters that you can get for this, but this is an invaluable tool that everybody should invest in. And you can there's two kind of sets. You can have a spot meter, and then of course you can have an ambient light meter. Most of your light meters are going to have both kind of built in. But this is a way to where you could take your light meter to your subject's face and you could get a reading, and based on your camera settings, it would let you know kind of either how to adjust your aperture for it, how to adjust your ISO for it, what all of those settings should be to expose your image properly. And you can do that for each side of the face. And of course, you just take a hand and you go from one side, take a hand from the other side. So then that way you could kind of negate the fill or negate the key to get kind of the idea of where you're at between those. Another way you could do it is if you had a monitor that had false color. False color is a great way to visualize your readout in terms of your exposure. Generally, skin tones live somewhere on a scale of 60 to 65 IRE. IRE is the scale 0 to 100 that false color uses to measure your exposure values. If you've never used false color before, it looks a lot like predator vision. It's just like a giant rainbow of colors that are kind of cascading over your whole image. But 60 to 65 IRE is about where we'd want our key light to be living. You can comfortably get your IRE somewhere kind of in that 40 to 50 range on the other side, and that's going to give you nice tonal contrast. Depending on the camera that you are using is going to depend on how much latitude you have in terms of like getting clarity without getting noise. But false color and light meters are the two best ways to make sure that you're getting the proper exposure for the camera that you're using in the lighting setup that you have. Okay, that's that. Oh, David, is the audio too loud? I can turn it down if we're too loud. Can I get a read on that?
You're a bit bright. It's not horrible on my end, but if you do have that opportunity.
Is this better?
It's better for me. How say David, you all attendees? Does that sound better?
Better? Fantastic. Okay, cool. Apologies for that. Sorry about that. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Wonderful. Let's see here. So that's that. So that, now we've talked about our hair light. That's kind of where we're at there. And the reasons why we would use our hair light so bright. Again, generally, hair lights are something that's just going to be visible, but not noticeable. And again, with these light panel lights, having control, not just 1 to 100, but in a 0.1% gives you a lot of control to be able to dial those in really specifically to get exactly what you want. So the next light that we're going to talk about here is going to be our key light. And that is going to look like this. So for this, we actually use the new Gemini 1x1 hards. And as you can see here, we set up those 1x1 hards in a dual array. One of the nice things about a lot of light panel fixtures is that they come in a wide array from single light fixtures, and then you could do a dual array like this all the way up to a quad array. Now the 1x1 hard behaves very differently than the 1x1 soft. As the name implies, it's a much more hard source light than the soft is. It's also 5 times brighter. So in having a dual array of the hard, I had a very, very, very bright light, which is why, as you can see here, I kicked it through a 12-foot butterfly with an artificial silk on it. This gives me a very large, very soft key light that I had placed somewhere between 6 to 8 feet off of my subject. And you can see here, while I have a very bright, very directional light, it still is soft. It still has really nice roll off. We're not getting any specular highlights in our skin tones. We're not getting anything blown out. It's still within the appropriate range, and I can adjust all of my lights around that. Again, thinking about our lights kind of in 2 different sets. We have our house lights and our stage lights. All of the lights up to this point have been house lights, which I kept in a very warm CCT value. For this, I actually wanted to mix my lighting. So for this, that was set at 5,600 Kelvin daylight, right? So our neutral white light. And by setting the white balance in my camera to that white light, it then really warmed up the CCT of my background or context light, as well as the hair light that I had behind them. And having that mixed lighting goes a long way in terms of adding interest or context to this. So again, going back here, you can see on this chair, if I kind of zoom in here, I have kind of 2 things happening here. So I have this really nice kind of rim that's happening across the top on both sides here, right? And that rim across the chair is what's coming from that hair light. Now, kind of once you get to about here and the front of this chair there, that's then where we start to see that this part of the chair is a little bit cooler than the back part of the chair in terms of the color or CCT of that light. And this is, again, very, very directional, but it's still not what we would consider to be a hard light. When it comes to setting up lights, whether you want them to be harsh light or soft light, comes entirely down to this really odd principle, which is the surface area of the light that you're using. The larger the surface area in relationship to our subject, the softer that light will be. The smaller the surface area of our light in relationship to our subject, the more harsh that light will be, right? So the sun, very far away, it's also very big. But in relationship to us, when you look at the sky, don't look into the sun, it's a bad idea. But when you look up in the sky, the sun is actually very small in the sky, which is why it casts very hard shadows, right? So even though the sun is massive, in relationship to us, the surface area is very small because it's so far away, making it a very hard light. Now, on a cloudy day, obviously, all of the shadows go super, super soft. And that's because it's taking the surface area of the sun and cascading it over the entirety of the area that you're in, making the surface area of that light much, much, much bigger, making things much softer. So even though I had those lights, the light fixtures themselves were probably set up about 15 feet away from our subject. The fact that I put a 12-foot butterfly in front of it increased the surface area of that fixture. So I got the brightness of the 1x1 hard, especially in the dual array, but then was able to soften that up with a much larger surface area, giving a very bright directional but still soft light in terms of roll off on the face. Okay, we have another question. It's me, Mario. What would you do to light a very large item above, like a car? Very good question. Okay, so there's a couple of things that you could do if we're doing like top-down lighting, especially automotive. We do a lot of automotive work because we're in Detroit, so there's a lot of car stuff that happens here. In the same principle as this 12 by butterfly that we had here, instead of course being on the side, it'd be lifted up and over. There are a couple of different modifiers that you could use to achieve that look. There are things that are colloquially known as clouds, which are just kind of like very large lanterns. Some of them are actually filled with helium and floated above. It doesn't really matter what the actual modifier type is. It's just getting something soft like an artificial silk, or some form of diffusion like that, floating it up and over. And generally you would then put what's called a skirt on it, which in the same way that like a flag would flag down the amount of light or control the spill of that light, a skirt would go around a diffusion part. So if you're using something like a lantern, if you're using something like a softbox or a space light, anything that goes kind of up and kind of shines down, you can actually then get a black skirt. It's duvetine that you would put around it, which would then direct that light down and then not spill out. So any studio car stuff that you see has some form of overhead light, which very well could be fixtures like the light panels 2x1s, the light panel 1x1 hards, those kind of things in an array, and then shining that through some form of diffusion, whether that's a butterfly or a cloud or whatever else you want to use, and then controlling that spill with a skirt. That's exactly how you would get that there. Another thing that they'll do with automotive stuff is they'll get like elongated fixtures, like LED tube type stuff, and then they'll use those to highlight angles on the car to get contours and that kind of thing. But the light panels lights would absolutely be that top-down light that you're looking for, and then how you choose to modify it would be entirely up to you. Okay, but the concept of surface area in relationship to subject is how you're going to control the intensity as well as the diffusion or the softness of that light, which is why, going back to the background lights, if you're lighting a bright environment, right, and the background has windows, adding diffusion to those windows is going to take all of that sunlight and soften that up as it comes into the space, which is going to give you a lot softer shadows, bring that exposure down a little bit to match your foreground a little better, and overall going to give you a much more pleasing image. Okay, so then going to the final principle or concept that we're talking about today here, we're going to be talking about a fill. So again, the idea of a fill light is not necessarily having a light itself, but it's taking light and bouncing it here. So here you can actually see, if I pause that real quick, there we go, I'll pause that real quick. I'm actually holding a piece of, oh no, come back here. I'm actually holding a piece of what's called polyboard. In the world of filmmaking, we use a thing called beadboard a lot, and it's kind of this stippled white board, which you can kind of see there. Sometimes when I'm traveling, I don't have access to a grip truck. I won't necessarily have, beadboards or ultra balance or that kind of thing. And so what I will actually do is like that there is that's panel insulation that you can get from Home Depot, and it works very similarly to polyboard. And so what I'm doing here is I'm actually taking the light that's coming from the key light, because the key light is so bright, and I'm just redirecting that back onto my subject's face. So I don't need a fixture to necessarily get that fill, but by having a very large source, in this case a 4x8, you can see here as I swivel it in, what it looks like before and what it looks like after. This is before, this is after. So I can then pretty quickly and pretty easily get a fill without needing an additional fixture. So having the two 2x1 or the two 1x1 hards in an array through a butterfly gave me enough intensity that with a polyboard, I was able to bring that in and bounce light back onto our subject in a way that still makes it very pleasing to the eye and having a very large source without needing another fixture. And in addition to the fixture, additional modifiers and things to then fill that in. So how you choose to fill is entirely up to you. But again, the purpose of that fill is to make people look as attractive as possible. So regardless of the lighting style that you are using when lighting interviews, lighting with those three principles, the larger the environment, the better, lighting spaces and not faces, and then lighting with story in mind. Those three things are going to dictate how we light. And then using the brightest, most accurate fixtures that we can find, which in my experience are these light panels Geminis, gives me a lot of latitude with how I choose to light, both in terms of the fact that these are lightweight, extremely accurate, and extremely bright. I can put them wherever I want. I can modify them however I want, and I can create really interesting looks without having to work around my gear. Oftentimes, especially like when I started out, there wasn't a lot of options in terms of what you used. And so I would find myself using what was available and then trying to figure out workarounds to get the looks that I would want. When having the right tool for the job makes all of that easier, and I can focus on being a creative and I can focus on getting the looks that I want and not how can I finagle this thing to make it do what I need it to do. So that is a quick summary and a quick summation there of how I went about lighting an interview subject, the concepts and principles that go behind that, and then how we use the different fixtures, whether it was the 2x1 soft, the 1x1 soft, or the 1x1 hards, and the different modifiers we used to get them. So that's what I have for you today. I am going to open it up to Q&A. I see that there's a couple in here that I would like to address. If there are more questions that you guys have, feel free to throw them in here. I will get to them as I can. So here we go. So Paul asks, how am I lit right now? Yeah, so there you go. So in front of me here, I have one of these, which is a 1x1 Gemini, and I have that in a 3-foot softbox. So I can actually touch it here. It's just out of camera here, but probably within 3 feet of my face is a 3-foot light source that is diffused. It's obviously not at 100%. I think I have it like at 30% or something. It's very dim. But having a very large surface area that close to me gives a really nice soft spread in the same way that what we were looking at earlier. Okay, so Octavius would like to know, would you say it's harder to light a subject with one camera than with two cameras? If so, why? No, it's much easier to light with one camera than two. Generally. The reason is, of course, if I'm working on a single angle, I then really only have to focus on making sure that it looks good at that angle. When you start introducing multiple angles, like for this, we had 2 angles. I've done interviews for documentaries that have had up to 6 cameras, which is an absolute nightmare. But the more cameras you add, the more variables you have, and you have to make sure that your lighting is as on point as possible. And then, of course, the more cameras you have, the further away everything needs to be to give yourself shooting lanes, right? So that way we can make sure that there's nothing within our set that's on camera, not just for one angle, but for multiple. So the idea of lighting spaces and not faces comes in real handy when we're talking about multicam shoots, because we need to back everything up to give us the ability to film from a variety of angles without seeing anything, which is, again, super bright, super accurate lights makes that much, much easier. Okay, Mark wants to know, how do you determine the angle of your key light? Great question. So this, again, is pretty subjective. It really depends on how you want your audience to feel about the subject that you have. Generally speaking, head-on is considered the most neutral, and perpendicular or 90 degrees is considered to be the most aggressive. So generally speaking, if it's head on like this light is to me, I'm pretty evenly lit from one side to the other, right? Actually, most of the contrast is actually between my forehead and my chin because this light is pointed down. But this is a very even, very neutral lighting. The further over we get, the more aggressive that lighting then becomes, to where if you hit a full 90 degrees, that's what we would call it, kind of like the face-off light, where we can only see one half of the face and then the rest of the face is completely in shadow. So that's going to be dictated by the story that you're telling. Generally speaking, we live on the 45, which is kind of like right between the two. So 0, 90, 45 kind of splits the difference. That's going to still give me a really nice key on one side, but there's going to be enough of a wrap that it's going to kind of fall into the other side. There's a lighting principle that we call the Rembrandt triangle. Rembrandt, fantastic painter, worked on a lot of single source lighting setups in his art. But the Rembrandt triangle is actually something on the opposing cheek. So on the dark side of the face, there will be a triangle under the eye, which is going to be coming off of the bridge of the nose from the key light. That comes from about that 45, somewhere between the 30 and 45 degree angle. So if you have a key and then you're noticing kind of a bright triangle under the opposing eye, that gives you a pretty good indication of where you want that to be neutrally. So if I'm doing something super stylistic, head on or 90 degree will give us really odd, really weird lighting, top down, that kind of thing. But for normal corporate stuff, the 45 is really where you'd be living with that. Okay, so that's the angle of the key light. Amy, if I understand correctly, and John, you might be a better person to answer this. I believe, yes, this is being recorded, and I believe that it's going to be up for about a month. Is that right, John?
We are currently in the process of getting that together. Yes, we are recording it. I did not answer when that came in earlier because I do not have a hard line answer. But Amy, I will have an answer before the conference is over.
Perfect. There you go. So at some point there will be stuff that you can go back and see that we just don't have the details on that. All right. Mario asks, how do you deal with reflections in glasses? That is a huge question. That is great. There's two pieces to that are going to help. The first thing is going to actually have nothing to do with your lights, and it's going to have everything to do with the filter on your camera. You should have what's called a circular polarizer filter. And a polarizer filter is something that is there to cut through glass. That's the entire purpose of that. It's to cut down on reflections and glare. So in movies and things, when you're seeing people in cars and we're filming through windows, right? If you actually look at somebody through a window, and again, our brains aren't lying to us, right? We try to think about it like a camera. There's a lot of reflections of the world around them that are coming off of that windshield. A polarizer is actually going to cut through that to a certain degree to help you focus on that. So number one thing, using a polarizer filter is going to help you cut through at least a good portion of the glare. The other thing when it comes to glasses, in addition to glare, is going to be the shadow. Because of course we have something that's really close to a face, and that's going to cut a really hard shadow pretty regularly. And depending on where we have our light set up, it may make the eyes dark, or the frames of the glasses might not be where they should be on the face. So thinking about camera angle is important to make sure that we actually see the eyeballs through the glasses. But then in terms of how we light, again, a larger source of light, right? The surface area of our light being really large is going to soften up any of those lines that are going to be coming through that are going to mess with those glasses. And it's going to make a much more appealing look on somebody who's wearing glasses on camera. So polarizer filter, super large light sources, and then of course, making sure that we are angling the camera correctly. The other thing is that where you place the camera, think about glasses in terms of being a mirror. Where you put the camera is going to reflect whatever is directly opposing that. So if that's on the 45, it's going to show the 45 on the other way, right? It's going to reflect wherever that is. So thinking about where you place your lights in combination of where you've placed your camera, you can position your lights in a way that aren't going to be in that direct reflection for sure. But large soft sources, placing your lights in a way that aren't necessarily going to get caught, and then of course, using a polarizer filter to cut down on that glare, those are going to be the biggest things when filming people with glasses. Don't add more lights. I've been in situations where gaffers just think that we need more light to combat shadow. It gets complicated. You don't need more lights in terms of fixtures. You just need larger surface areas for those lights, or larger modifiers. Okay, let's see here. And if I didn't answer anything, by the way, feel free to send a follow-up. Okay, that's glasses. Karen wants to know, or Corinne, how do you determine which of the less expensive lights will do the job? What are some that you recommend? That is a great question. So again, at the top, we talked about making sure that you get the brightest, most accurate lights that you can find. There are a lot of metrics that you can use for determining the accuracy of a light. The most common are going to be CRI and TLCI. CRI stands for color rendering index. So that's going to be a scale of 0 to 100. 0 obviously is the worst. 100 is the best. Any light that is going to be a 95 or above in terms of our CRI readout is going to be accurate enough that you can trust it. Some light manufacturers lie and don't actually do that, but generally speaking, 95 and above is going to get good. When you start to get below 95 in terms of your CRI or your color render index, it's not going to be accurate enough that you can trust the light. You're going to have to work around that. So if the Gemini is not something that is attainable for you yet, and you're growing as a filmmaker and things, I actually have with me some of the other options that you have. So Light Panels also has a line of lights called the Astras, which is here. Look at me, got all the toys. So the Astra lights are 1x1 panel lights like this, and they've got lenses and different arrays and things. And they have kind of a whole family of lights within the Astra line. These are insanely bright, insanely accurate lights. Now, these are not full color or full spectrum RGB lights, meaning that you don't get like red and blue and green and like random colors that you want or effects or that kind of thing. This is going to be a much more traditional light in terms of just being within the CCT range. And depending on the Astra light that you get, there are different perks. So there's the Astra 6X, which gets used all of the time in television and things. Most of the time when you're seeing field reporters, especially like in football and the NFL and that kind of stuff, most of the time those people are going to be lit with Astra lights. And if you look at any of the NFL BTS stuff, it's super cool to see all of the Astra stuff. But on the back, they're much more simple than the Gemini lights. So in the case of this one, this is the Astra bifocus light. So you have your intensity down here at the bottom, and then you have whether you want it to be spot or flood. Again, the idea of the beam angle, whether you want it to be really direct or to be spread out. The 6X comes in a variety of different ways, whether it's daylight or you can get that in bicolor. Then I've got another one over here, which is a soft light. So this would behave much more similarly to this light here, and you can see on the front, it looks much more similar. This is a bicolor light. So I have everything from 3200 Kelvin all the way to 5600 Kelvin. So I do have a nice range of CCT within this light. And then of course, the intensity too. I am holding it upside down. But yeah, so if you are looking for an affordable light or a more affordable light than the Geminis, the Astra lights are absolutely ones that I recommend, especially because generally most of the stuff that we're doing is kind of within the CCT range. So you can get a lot of what you need to out of those lights and then gel those lights as you need to if you need specific colors until, of course, you can work your way up to other fixtures. Okay, Tom, is there a situation you can think of where you would use a hard light, not diffused, for an interview subject? Absolutely, yeah. And again, if we think about this in terms of story, you can do really anything, right? So if you were interviewing somebody, let's say for a hypothetical documentary, and that person that you are interviewing, you want to be portrayed in a negative light, right? It's somebody who is not necessarily somebody who is a positive influencer force in the world that you are building. Lighting them harsh or more harshly than you would soft is going to make them seem more rigid. It's going to make it seem much more contrasty, much more dramatic. And then of course, where we place that light is also going to be dictating kind of how we feel about that. So yeah, so from an emotional standpoint, we can absolutely crank the harshness of that light up to serve the story that we're trying to do. Interrogation scenes, right? Again, a very aggressive thing that oftentimes can get filmed. We light that very harsh, right? We want the audience to feel the conflict, right? And lighting is a way that we can do that. Corporate work, probably not so much. I mean, maybe if you were doing like sports or, you know, high impact stuff, like if you're doing something like Gatorade, Nike, Adidas, that kind of thing, and they want like a really high intensity style ad and they want really high drama, you could do something like that. Most of those lights you would use, or most of those types of spots, you would use something that would be called a reverse key, where the key light would actually be behind the subject, kind of shining onto them. And that would be a really nice hard light that would give you some of those shadows. But really, you make those decisions from an emotional standpoint. How do you want people to feel when they watch the thing that you're looking at, about the thing that you're showing them? And that's kind of how you would make that determination. All right, Dewey said, any tips for shooting darker skin tones? How much it differs from shooting lighter skin tones? That's huge, absolutely. And this is another thing that making sure that you have false color on your monitors is going to be absolutely massive, because false color is going to give you an IRE readout of everything that's on screen, right? So depending on the complexion of the individual that you're filming, you're going to want to make sure that the IRE hits that 60 to 65 within the world of the false color on your monitor. And that's how you're going to know that you're going to get them exactly where they need to be in terms of exposure, so we can make our images look the way that we want. Very important thing, very something that we have to be mindful of, because you can't just set up lights in one way. If we're going to rip out 6 interviews, in one location with one setup, and we're doing a corporate thing, we're just putting new people in the chair. If we're not getting readouts on each of those people, and somebody's really fair and then somebody's, a much darker complexion, one of those 2 people is not going to be lit right. Or if you start neutral and then work your way out, then absolutely everybody's going to look poorly. But false color is going to be a huge tool in helping with that. If you're solo, make sure that your monitor has false color. If you're on larger sets, DIT would be the people that would kind of help you with that, to make sure that you're getting your exposure values where you want. But false color, hands down, will save the day for that.
So Garrett,
all of the principles. Yeah.
I was just going to say, you have had one of the most engaging sessions that we've had, but unfortunately we are getting close to.
Sure. How much do I give me a time? Do I got 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 60 seconds? Uh-oh. Did I go or did John go?
John's I think he's buffering a moment.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to get to one more question, then I know we got to get out of here. By the way, if you guys have questions that you would like to ask me further off of this, I'd love to engage with all of you. You guys can find me on Instagram. It's just my name. It's just Garrett Sammons on Instagram. Shoot me a DM. I would love to continue this conversation. The last one I'll answer is from Al. What's the important usage for flags in your line of work? Spill control, right? So there's a couple of things that we can do with flags, whether it is flagging off light to make sure that we're not getting light where we don't want it, or flags can also be used in contrast with bounce. So in the same way we use the polyboard in the setup that we looked at today to fill in light, a flag would actually pull light off of the subject. So if you find yourself in a setting where the natural environment that you're in, there's not enough tonal contrast between one side of the face and the other, bringing in flags is actually going to help create that contrast where you otherwise wouldn't have it. But yeah, very, very helpful. Again, I apologize that we're going to have to leave a little early here, but again, reach out to me online if you guys want to chat more. I love talking about this stuff. I could talk about this all day long. So thank you to B&H. Thank you to Light Panels. I had a ball, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm doing another one tomorrow, so let's chat tomorrow.
Thank you, Garrett. We really appreciate it. And if anyone from Light Panels wants to kind of hang back and answer any of the Q&A questions that are still there, you certainly have that time to kind of wrap up. But if not, Garrett will be here tomorrow.
I will. Thanks again for having me.
Of course. All right. So now we have our friend Paul from Canon. I'm going to make him a co-host so he could join us.
Hi, I'm here. Believe it.
Hi, Paul. You made it.
Made it. That's right. So, hi, everybody. My name is Paul from Canon, USA. Coming at you actually from the Heights, where I live and work out of, Washington Heights in New York City. Today we want to talk a little bit about the C70. Which is Canon's most recent Cinema EOS camera. This is an extremely exciting camera for me. And it's been out for a little bit, but still, I think when I think about this camera, and in my own kind of work, in my own, work when I do stuff for Canon, or even for my own, if I, believe it or not, actually get time to shoot on my own, I tend to gravitate towards this camera quite a bit. And I think the whole reason for that is just because of the overall, versatility of this camera. And that's really kind of the whole point of this presentation today, was to talk about the versatility of the C70. So I'm going to throw up a quick PowerPoint presentation. I'm not going to spend all the day talking about PowerPoint or being on PowerPoint, but I just wanted to throw some illustrative slides up there. And then we can open it up. We can get a conversation going. I really want to make this casual, make this chill. So let me start off with that PowerPoint. All right. Okay, and you guys let me know if that looks all good on your end. That would be great. All right, no news is good news. So we'll start here. So the EOS C70. I don't know. I don't know if I can say enough superlatives about this camera and how much just in my own work for Canon, how much this camera surprised me when it came out, and how much it still surprises me just how much I just love this camera. And I really first want to start by going, if you're unfamiliar with this camera, let's talk about the quick spec rundown of this. Giving you the quick 500 mile view here of the camera, just to kind of get it in your heads. And then I have one here, of course, and so we can go a little bit deeper after the slideshow. Start there. All right, so the key specs of this camera. First is that it has a 4K Super 35mm dual gain output sensor. Now, this was a new sensor that was designed for our C300 Mark III camera, which is basically our flagship camera. But they took that from the flagship and they put it into this much smaller, much more versatile camera. And so that was kind of the first surprising thing for me when this camera was first announced. That sensor expands the dynamic range to pretty much 16 stops, give or take, but just a massive amount of dynamic range that you get out of the cameras. The Canon Cinema EOS cameras have always had some really good dynamic range, and this new sensor really just pushed it a little bit further. A really important thing about this camera is that it can record in 10-bit 422 in all of its shooting modes in 4K and HD. It has that really important 10-bit 422. So originally, people were really thinking about this camera when it was announced and when it first came out. People thought like, oh, this is a C100 replacement. And if you're familiar with the C100 Mark II, you know that those cameras came out. They were lighter than the C300s. They were smaller than the C300s, and really though that they shared a lot of properties between them, but they were missing quite a few things. And one of them was the larger bit depth and the less color compression. And so by adding the 10-bit 422 into this camera, they really pushed this camera out of that C100 level and much closer to our top of the line cinema cameras. On top of that, you need to have the full gamma and gamut range. And so they put the full Canon Log 2, Canon Log 3, the PQ and the hybrid log gamma recording. They put all of the gamma and the color modes that are from the C300 Mark III. They put it into this camera. So ostensibly, you're looking at a camera that can match extremely well. But what they did that was a lot different was that this is the first Cinema EOS camera that had an RF mount. All right. So the RF mount was introduced with our still series of cameras, the Canon R series, which is now up to the R5, and the R3 just came out. So we've had a lot of still cameras and DSLR mirrorless cameras that have come out with the RF mount. But this was the first Cinema EOS camera to take the RF mount. And when I talk about versatility, it really kind of starts from there. It starts from that mount. And I'll explain a little bit more about that. Actually, on the next line, I'll explain a little bit because we're talking about how with the RF mount, not only do you get the full range of those RF lenses, but you also get a lot of compatibility with this regular EF lenses as well. Built into this small body, you also get the full motorized ND system. It's the same system that's in the C500 Mark II, same system that's in the C300 Mark III. So you get your 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 stops of ND, all built in, all actual filters into this camera, which is pretty amazing. You also have 2 XLR inputs, also very, very important in the cinema world. If you have a camera, especially in the dock world, that you have those XLR inputs. So for this camera, to make it fit in this body, they went with the mini XLRs. A lot of companies have been using the mini XLRs recently. And so you're seeing them kind of make a comeback in the industry. But there's a lot of adapters for them to get to regular size XLR. And just like our other larger Cinema EOS cameras, it has 2 of them. It has 4 channels of audio, an onboard microphone, and then an 1/8" stereo mic jack as well. So lots of ways to get audio in, and lots of ways that it matches with the other Cinema EOS cameras. The autofocus, same across the board, except for this one has a new autofocus system that was taken from the 1DX Mark III. It's called the Intelligent Tracking Autofocus, and basically it's a database of human head shapes that is in the camera, that if the camera ever misses, or if the camera ever loses its head tracking, it can refer to that database and kind of say, like, okay, this person turned around, I lost their eyes, I lost their nose, but I can still know that that's a human head, right? I can still track that figure. So that was an important update, and this is the only Cinema EOS camera that has that. The electronic image stabilization, this was something we introduced in the C500 and the C300, and we just pulled it over. It's the same sensors as the C300 Mark III, so we just pulled it over directly into this camera. It's not an IBIS, but is a 1.1 times crop that allows you to smooth out that image, stabilize that image. But additionally, in the C70, you also have a special super 16 millimeter stabilization mode as well, which will crop down to a super 16 millimeter size of the sensor. You still get full 2K out of that, but then you get just excellent image stabilization because of the amount of that crop. So that's very, very cool. This camera uses 2 SD card slots. So there comes again that comparison from the C100 level, where those cameras were all SD card based. This camera also SD card based, but it's pushing a lot more to those SD cards. Additionally, because this camera is using that same sensor from the C300 Mark III, we're getting the same frame rates. We're getting 4K up to 120 frames a second in Super 35. Crop down to 2K, crop down to the Super 16 mode, and you're gonna get up to 180 frames a second. This camera has a way to upload your LUT and turn your LUTs into basically baking it into the image. So you can create your look in DaVinci Resolve. You can go in and create your LUT in DaVinci Resolve and then use that as a baked in image for your camera. So I talked about how we have the 10-bit 422 support in the camera, or you also have long GOP support as well. So you have both. You have intra and long GOP in this camera. So you can definitely get saving on that card. If you're shooting a long form something and you need to have a lot of information on those cards, you can get that with the long GOP. Not only that, we also have H.265 in this camera, MP4, as well as the XF AVC, which is kind of Canon's native AVC as well. So you have 3 flavors of formats there, codecs to play around with. And finally, a big one for a camera size is that it has a full-size BNC timecode input and output. Another thing that definitely separates it from that C100 level. All right, so I did a quick rundown of these specs here. I want to jump into, though, kind of the meat of what I want to talk about, and that's just what makes this camera so versatile, what kind of my feeling the most versatile of our cinema cameras. And it all starts with this lens mount. it all starts with the RF mount. Now, again, I said it's the first time in Cinema EOS that we've ever used an RF mount. And so what is that? What is that difference between an EF and an RF mount? Well, the big one is that it pushes the flange depth much closer to the sensor. So now we have 20 millimeters from the lens port, 20 meters from the lens port out to the sensor thing. Oh, and I see B&H raising their hand real fast. Where's that chat? B&H, do you have something you would like to say?
Honestly, Paul, I think that might have just been an accidental hit. We're totally good on this end. You're doing great.
Okay, thanks, guys. Feel free to speak up if you need to jump on me. No worries.
Yeah, I don't think I can match your knowledge base, so I'm just going to be quiet and let you kind of run it.
I might need you to jump in there and just stop me, because I can talk about this stupid camera all day long. So let's get back to that flange depth. Let's talk about that lens mount again. So we've pushed that lens mount much closer to the sensor. All right. Now this is big. This is what allowed us to start making the mirrorless cameras, right? Because obviously before we needed to have a much larger flange depth. We need to have that 44 millimeter flange depth in order to have the mirror box in the cameras. Okay. But once we remove that mirror box and once you're just going straight sensor, you can push that lens port as close as you want, but you don't want to get it too close. You want to be able to still build a camera that's, has rigidity and is able to, to withstand some shock and everything, and still have protection for that sensor. So you want to find a kind of a good distance between the lens port and the sensor, and 20 millimeters is kind of a sweet spot there. One of the things that really allows Canon to do is redesign lenses. So the whole RF line of lenses, it's completely redesigned lenses to take advantage of that shorter flange depth. That means that lenses can be smaller, lighter, but they don't necessarily have to be. What it means though is that you can explore a lot more different crazy ideas of lens design, because number one, you have more telecentricity. All right, telecentricity means that there's not as much of ways. The light is not cutting out and fanning out in such an extreme amount of ways as it is with a longer flange depth. So the light is more controlled. The light comes out of the back of the lens and it goes directly to the sensor. It's a lot closer. So this allows you to do just a little bit more, not to say extreme, but open up your lens design a little bit. So you might be experienced with like the 28 to 70, that Canon 28 to 70 lens, the RF lens. That's a lens that if that lens were to be made for an EF mount, it would probably be about 50 to 60% heavier and probably about 30 to 50% longer in order to do that. But because of this, because of being able to redesign these lenses, thanks to the closer flange depth, we can create some crazy lenses. Lighter and faster, yes, but that's not so interesting as we can get some crazy lenses out there. And I think Canon's really starting to explore the whole range of that right now. On the RF line, you can see a lot of the interesting RF lenses that are popping up. I think they're really starting to play with the line a little bit, and I think that's exciting. To really see a lens company, a company that does lensing very well, get to explore a little bit. On top of that, the RF mount has increased the communication between the lens and the camera body, and the whatever processor is in the camera. So it's just going to open up a lot more of talkback between the lenses and the cameras. You're going to get better peripheral illumination correction. You're going to get better image stabilization that way. You're going to get more control. You notice that the RF lenses all have that extra control ring that you can, you can set up to kind of be one of number things that you can change it to any different settings. So that has really opened up with the RF mount, and bringing that to CinemaEOS is really important. But for me, I think the most important thing about this new mount, though, is just the flexibility of what adapters that you can put on it. And there's so many different kinds of lenses and lens mounts that you can put on it now that it's really, really cool. So first of all, adapting to Canon EF, of course, was a big thing. And there are 4 adapters just made by Canon to do that. 4 different EF to RF mount adapters from Canon. So that's really cool. Not to mention like countless third-party adapters at this point. On top of that, we got PL mount, very, very important. So, PL mount was never ever easy to adapt to EF. And the reason being is that PL mount's flange depth is 52 millimeters. Ideal flange depth, it's 52 millimeters. Whereas the EF mount is a 44 millimeter flange depth, all right? So that gave you only 8 millimeters to play with, only 8 millimeters to create an adapter. Well, that if you do create an 8 millimeter big adapter, that is going to be one of the least rigid, the least strong adapters ever made. And so that's why people just didn't do it that way. That's why if you ever saw any kind of those EF to PL adapters, it was always removing the front of the camera and basically removing the EF mount itself and doing a lot of little bit of work in order to get that, because you need to have that rigidity, you need to have that strength, especially when you're working with PL mounts. So it was just never ever easy to do that. But now that we've cut off 24 millimeters, we now have that much longer distance that we can build an adapter. And several third-party companies have done just that. They've made some very good PL mount adapters. So that that opens up immediately. It opens up this camera just to a huge range of amazing, beautiful PL mount lenses, and lenses that are you can't find legacy lenses, all of that stuff. It's so much good, so cool. Not only that, I mean, Nikon, not the Z mount, but previous lenses to the Nikon Z mount, like all of those Nikon lenses, there's third-party adapters for that. Leica M, I'm just throwing a couple out there, but there's a lot more. So that's the importance there. That's the importance of that new mount, is just being able to open up your lens selection, but also still stay within the Canon world as well. I mean, you look at some of the Canon legacy lenses that are very, very popular these days. They are, a lot of them come in PL mount. A lot of them come in some, FD mount, or what you say. So they will have adapters for that. You can go on and do it. Yes, excellent work on the RF mount. The first step of versatility in this camera. Now, I want to show you, I made a big deal about those 4 adapters from Canon for EF. Let's take a look at the first 3. These are the ones that came out along with the EOS R back in the day. There was the first one on the left is the original, just straight up adapter. There's EF to RF mount, nothing going on there. The second one is the control ring. So all of the RF mount lenses have that control ring that you can assign functions to. Well, this adapter allows you to use your EF lenses, but then adds that control ring on there. So you have that assignable ring added to your EF lenses. Very cool. And then finally, a drop-in filter adapter. Now, right out of the gate, it was for a drop-in polarizer, circular polarizer, and a circular variable ND filter. And I believe some third-party companies have been playing around with making other filters for it as well. But just the ability to throw in the physical ND filter right there is very, very cool. Now, again, the EOS C70 has built-in ND filters onto it. But if you want to get crazy, if you want to do some ND mixing, you can throw that in there, and then you have a lot of ND in front of the camera. But there's one more mount, and that's leading, that whole mount is the 0.71 times EF to EOS R speed booster mount. And that's bringing me up to my next topic right now. And that is expanding the versatility of the imagery within this camera to match cinema. All right, so we know right off the bat that the camera has a native super 35mm sensor, right? Which has been the industry standard for a long, long time when it came to cinema. Film, 35mm film, super 35 was the size forever and ever and ever, and still is. But nowadays, people are getting into full frame. All right. Well, super 35mm is about a 1.5 times, 1.6 times crop from a full frame sensor. However, this camera, with that adapter that I was just talking about, allows you to get that full frame look, to get that full frame field of view. Because what that adapter is doing, it's taking your EF full frame lenses, and it's taking the full field of view of those lenses, and it's squeezing them down and then projecting them directly onto the super 35mm sensor. Okay, so there's a couple things that happened here, and this is what's very cool about it. Number one, by squeezing the light rays that are coming out of those full frame lenses, we're actually squeezing them down, and we're pulling one extra stop of brightness out of it. So with this adapter, your 24 to 105mm f4 will have a brightness of an f2.8. All right. Now, one thing to make note is that when people talk about this adapter, when they talk about the speed booster and everything like that, there could be sometimes to make a mistake that, oh, your lens all of a sudden has become a 2.8. Your f4 lens has become a 2.8. In terms of exposure, yes. In terms of depth of field, no. Right? You're not changing the size of the aperture in that lens. All right. So your depth of field is still going to be an f4. All right. It's still going to have the characteristics of what you think that f4 looks like. All right. It's just the exposure is going to get brighter. So that's one very, very important clarification to make when talking about this adapter. All right. However, your field of view of your image, you're actually seeing the full image circle of that lens now on a super 35mm sensor. And therefore, you are getting that full frame, that full frame quality out of that camera. So with this camera, I have the native super 35mm, which will match with my C300 Mark III, my C300 Mark II, all my previous cameras that use the super 35mm sensor. I can crop the sensor down to super 16. That's very cool. That opens up to some great legacy super 16mm lenses. My favorite lens of all time, the Canon 8 to 64mm super 16 lens. So many of my super 16 movie, short films have been shot with that lens. I just love it. Maybe it's just more of a personal thing or anything like that, but I can use that lens. I can use the coverage of that lens and shoot with this camera and get a 2K image out of it with that lens. So that's very, very cool. Again, the native sensor is super 35, so you're covering your full basis of lenses there across the board everywhere. And then with the EF lenses, if you stick in the EF lens world or EF lens mount, you can use those full frame EF mount lenses, squeeze that down onto the super 35 sensor, but retain that full frame field of view. So such a versatile. No other Cinema EOS camera has the ability to do all of this right now. All right. The C500 Mark II has a full frame sensor, so it can do that, right? But it doesn't have the RF mount. So give and take right there. And that's why I come to think that this camera is just so versatile. And you can see on the left there, this is the size of it. It's, you know, the body, it's 2.6 pounds. You know, it's, you know, 4.5 inches in depth, you know, 5 inches tall. It's a very small camera, but not too small. All right. Versatility. What can I rig with this camera? How can I rig this camera? What can I build it up? There's so many options. This is just from B&H's website, just a small, you know, screenshot of about, you know, 10 different options I have from many different companies in order to rig this up. If you just go to B&H and you look it up and you look up C70 rigs, you'll get about 8 pages of just all kinds of different stuff that you can use. The camera has just been very popular for the do-it-yourself, you know, rigging and all of those third-party rigging companies. And it's just so many different ways to rig this camera: full studio mode, handheld mode, you know, throwing on just like a DSLR style cage to it. Yeah, all of that good stuff. So yeah, that's really, again, another aspect of the versatility that's like, is that it's open to interpretation. Several, you know, previously our Cinema EOS cameras had a, you know, kind of distinct shape to them, and the rigs would have to be made in a very distinct way. But this is just kind of more open to that world. Finally, I want to talk about the last part of versatility, and that's how this camera matches with the rest of the Cinema EOS line. And I just decided to take a look at its big brother, the C300 Mark III, and say that this camera, despite, you know, what you may think, it might think that this camera is a lower level cinema camera. It's a C100 level. It doesn't match that, but it does. It can reach out and work perfectly with that C300 Mark III. It has the same sensor, right? And that sensor gives you those same frame rates. It has Canon log 2, which is the widest log that we have, the widest gamma that we have. It has Canon log 3. It matches that tit for tat across the board for the color space, for the gamma, all across. The autofocus, they both use the dual pixel autofocus system. All right. Electronic image stabilization, they both have the same image stabilization. Onboard batteries, they use the same onboard batteries. They use the same batteries. You get one in the case when you buy the camera. And they both have timecode input and outputs. Again, this camera cannot be seen, I think, as just another, you know, budget-friendly, low-level C100 level camera. This camera matches so well with our C300 Mark III. Many people that I know, you know, they have a C300 Mark III and they use this camera as their B camera. It's just, it matches that well. But on top of that, last thing I want to talk about is just the general price. So you're looking at a camera that shares so much DNA with its bigger, you know, brother, that it comes in at about half the price. So a very cool situation we have here with the C70. I'm going to stop sharing this slideshow right here. I'm going to have the camera right here. I'm going to open it up. Let's chat. Let's talk. C70.
Yeah, I think that's great.
You know, talk about anything Canon cinema you want. Throw it at me. I will try to monitor the chat. I'm horrible at monitoring the chat during these things.
No worries, man.
Yeah. Sorry.
We've got some monitors going on there, so we'll be able to throw it through. You know, I kind of wanted to lead off something that we did in the last session, and one of the great things that I've noticed about where you just led us into with the C70 is this kind of docu style, right? And I think when you and I worked the Canon Cinema event in Brooklyn, we may have talked about it, but it was this changing thing when Canon came out, and you could actually shoot cinema level on a DSLR. So when the 5D came out, we started getting shots that were impossible, you know, throwing 3-4 cameras into a Fast and the Furious car as they rolled it, or, you know, doing a chase scene without having to have an entire rig. Yeah. You know, with that being said, are you tending to see the evolution of cinematography, even in the documentary world, really starting to become much more cinematographic due to the fact that we can run and gun with everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you see really what's amazing, I think more so to me than the fact that documentary is moving more towards that kind of style of shooting, or the more the cinematographic, is that the crews are just so small. Being able to do it, they're so small. I mean, you look at something like Matt Heinemann's work, you know, Cartel Land. Most recently, The First Wave. I don't know if you've seen that, his movie. That was shot with a lot of these. This was kind of almost the main camera on that First Wave movie.
Wow.
The C70. And his style had always been kind of pulling in the cinematography aspect to it, but he does it as a one-man band, which is just amazing. So yeah, absolutely. And you just see it get more and more. And that's why I think it's important with, you know, with docs and everything like that. You want to be try to be as inconspicuous as possible. I think no matter what, even if you are in a studio type setting on a doc, you still want to try to be small and light and easy to roll with. And that's kind of where the C70 really, you know, really brings it into that. C300s were always good. I think that's why the C300s originally, you know, back in 2012, why they became so popular was because at the time they were the small light cinema camera, right? They had the Super 35 sensor. At the time, there weren't a lot of cameras that had that at the time. Nowadays, we have a lot of cameras. You know, there's a lot of cameras. You know, but I don't think there's any quite like this that really held true to the upper echelon of the cinema line, while making it smaller and making it more of a complete package that I've seen. And so absolutely. I mean, 2.6 pounds, you know, body only, you put a battery on there, put a lens on there, maybe you're pushing 4 pounds at that point. You can roll that on most of the gimbals out there.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you know, that kind of opened up a whole slew of questions for you. And one of them was, what do you really feel this camera is a master of? You know, we said it could do docu style, we said it could be a B camera, but what do you feel at its core it really was developed to be and what it does the best?
I think I'm going to go two ways. I'm going to go what I think and what I hope. My first thing is that I think that they were hoping to keep going with the doc stuff of this, right? I think Canon really saw this as, let's make a C300 camera that is light, portable, but that can really work in that dock world, because you don't need a lot of stuff on it. You don't need an extra hand grip. We have a handle on it that comes off, but you don't need a lot of stuff on this. This really is the pick up and go style camera here. It doesn't have the limitations of a DSLR or a mirrorless camera. You know, you can really just start rolling with it. And I think you ostensibly look at that and you're like, okay, dock, right? But for me, I really hope to see a lot more people start using it as B cameras on, you know, full movies and everything like that. Because it has, I mean, it just matches so well. That sensor, that DGO sensor just matches the line so well. And it's just so versatile. Again, come back to this versatility, right? This is why I wanted to talk about that. Throw it on your crane, you know, throw it on your jib, throw it on your gimbal. I'm much more of a Steadicam person, so I'm really lackluster when it comes to gimbal talk, but you know, but yeah, I mean, this can fly anywhere. I think
it's funny when you brought that up, Paul, because originally where my brain went when you're talking about it was, you know, if we can harken way back to the days where you were probably still in school and I was just getting started as a professional, but the GL1 came out.
Oh yeah.
And Canon was like, you know, this is the end all be all. You can shoot E&G, you can shoot movies. And I think it was Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx were in a movie. I think it was called Collateral. And the entire thing was shot on the GL1. And it's just so funny to see how far we've come in a really short period of time. But
I'm going to stop you with that one. Collateral. That was that was the Viper for Collateral.
Got it.
However, the XL one might be what you're thinking of.
Excel one. Got
Yeah,
it.
and that was 28 days later.
All right. 28 days
28
later as
days later,
well.
we shot entirely on the XL one.
It's
Yeah.
amazing when you look at they were asking about what is this camera's master use, and it's always funny to me because everyone wants a silver bullet, everybody wants a one shot, and it really can't be done. But in the hands of a master, and if you watch 28 days later, the artifacting on that digital tape was such an eerie feeling. Every single time they went into a dark room, you didn't know if it was a zombie, if it was
Right.
digital artifacting. So it was pretty cool. But let me get to some of the questions because we actually did have a lot of them come in. First thing that comes in was, if you were buying a new camera, would you prefer the C200 or the C70?
Very good question. I think right now, for me, personally, I'm going C70, and here's the reason why. Number one, just the flexibility with the mount, all those lens options I have, that because I have an EF mount on the C200, I just don't have the flexibility to swap in and out of different lenses like I do with this. Number two, the DGO sensor on this, the dual gain output sensor, is so nice. And the extra dynamic range out of this is, I don't want to say blows the C200 out of the water, but it does, it's pretty darn good. The one thing that you lose is that you don't get the RAW. This camera does not shoot RAW internally, does not shoot RAW like the C200 does, which is really nice. But having the 10-bit 422 and XFAVC and H.265 and MP4, having that 10-bit 422, having all the frame rates, the 120 frames a second in 4K, the 180 and 2K crop, it just kind of pushes that over the edge for me. And honestly, at that point, I can forgive the RAW in a way. I'm just not shooting the RAW as much as I don't need to shoot the RAW as much because I have the higher level codecs with the 10-bit 422.
So with that being said, not limiting yourself between those two cameras, for you personally, Paul, as a filmmaker, what is your go-to kit, including any rigging that you might have?
Yeah, totally. So again, it comes down to project, right? I would say if it's something like short film, artistic, I'm grabbing for my C500 Mark II. Right there. I want the full frame option. I want the rigging capabilities of that, the internal RAW, that kind of stuff. Honestly, since then, everything else, all of the online videos I've done, all of the stuff like that I've done for Canon, I'm going C70. That's been my grab because I have it built in a bag in my closet and I just grab it and it's ready to go.
Yeah.
And it honestly, I don't rig it up that much. And that's kind of for me, that's a little bit changing, if I'm doing that short film, I'm doing that kind of cinematic, this cinematic style of shooting where I have a crew, and I have an AC or something like that. I have the ability to rig my camera up a little bit more. I have the ability to throw on my fizz, and whatever I need to. And so I kind of want the larger footprint in that regards of C500 and everything like that. If I'm by myself or it's just a small, quick, one day kind of thing. And also if I'm concerned about card space, if I'm concerned about my bank account when it comes to stuff like that, I'm going C70. It's just been a real pleasure to use it in those situations,
That's great. And what is the lens that you would recommend that would be ideal for docu work on the C70?
Righto. Good question. You kind of can't beat a 24 to 105, honestly. The 24 to 70 2.8 with image stabilization in RF is very, very nice. But I think for your general running and gunning all day long, you don't know your situation. You don't know what you're going to get into the day. Having that 24 to 105, even though it's an F4, you got the headroom with the dynamic range on this thing. If light is an issue, but it's just such a nice lens to have in that regards. If I'm able, if we're planning out our docs a little bit more and we want to go cinema lenses, those Canon C and E primes are really nice for that kind of stuff. And again, adaptable very easily to this camera.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I had another question come in, and it was speaking of doing a run and gun style. Do you tend to use variable ND filters for your run and gun style shooting?
I like the built-in ND filters. So yeah, because the one thing with using a variable ND filter is that it's either 2 stops of ND up to up to 7 or up to 9, or nothing, basically. So that filter, as soon as you stick that variable ND filter in, you're at the very least 2 stops of ND in there. And so, in that regards, I think, if I knew it was outside a sunny day from start to finish, that might be fine. You could probably work around that 2 stops of ND. But just knowing that in the camera, I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 stops of ND built into the camera, the variableness of those filters is not such a big concern for me anymore. I can pop in and out of those filters, and it's fast. And that's one thing I like about that. The NDs, going in and out of the ND filters on this camera is fast. Boom, boom, in and out. So
that's great. Yeah. So Scott had a question. How is the flippy screen holding up? And are you okay without EVF?
Yeah, very good question. The flippy screen, has been, I want to say just in general that it's been one of the things that people come back with us on this camera is that the screen does have a tendency to get a little loose. For me, I have a 3-year-old, and so my screen got loose pretty much right away. It's holding up really well though. The screen gets a little loose. Canon will fix the screen. That's no problem. If you go to a Canon service center, they will fix it for you. It's no problem there. But in general, I haven't had any issues with the screen actually breaking. I haven't had any of my clients come to me and say the screen has broken off. The screen has disconnected somewhere. The screen's not working. It's just gotten a little loose. So, yep.
Fair enough. And I think like all things, the way that we treat our equipment, everybody's different. For example, there's a colleague of mine on my team. His name's Brent, and he can make a camera look 20 years old in a month. And then, I have another colleague, and every single one of his cameras looks like it just came out of the bag. But that's fantastic to hear.
Oh, I do want to talk about the EVF thing as well.
Okay.
So it is interesting. For this style of camera, I haven't been missing it as much as I would miss it off of like a C300 or a C500 there. Just because I don't know if I just kind of know what I'm going for when I reach for this camera. I know what kind of shooting I'm going to be doing. You know what I mean? Or I have set myself up for that. So I'm kind of like, okay, I haven't been missing that much. Having a good hood man or something for the LCD screen has been key. And also I personally, I think other people have, but I personally have not found a great way to rig up this camera shoulder mounted with an EVF that I like. I kind of feel like as soon as I've rigged it up shoulder mounted with that EVF, I've kind of displaced some of the qualities of the camera, the lightness, what I can do with the camera with that. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on the EVF with it. I've seen some people who have rigged it up shoulder mounted really, really well, and they like it that way. For me, it's just not my camera for shoulder mounting. That's all. Yeah.
That makes sense. Chris asked a while back, and I kind of glossed over it because we were talking about other things, but wanted to kind of harken back to a few questions from earlier on in your
Yeah,
presentation. And one of the things that we're going to go with is using secondary lenses. Have you used the Sigma 18-35 or any of the Sigma series?
Personally, I have not. I'm going to say straight out there, I'm not going to be the person to speak to about that, unfortunately.
Not a problem. And Chris, what you can do, anytime that we have one of these shows, we have a email address that I'm gonna have Tina drop in there. It's bhshows@bhphoto.com, and you can shoot that email out and it'll go to one of our salespeople. So on a lot of times with anything that's going to be, a secondary product or something that is not going to be a Canon brand, they would be able to help you with that. The second thing, and I love these with trade shows, you got to give us your elevator pitch against the Sony FS5. Why would we go Canon?
This is going to be one of those situations where I don't have enough experience personally with the SF5 in order to make a full come from above, pitch on that. But I can tell you the things that Canon does well. All right, I can talk to you about the wide dynamic range. For me, number one, right off the bat on this camera, that dynamic range that you're getting out of the C70 is, it matches our highest level cinema camera, and that's pretty unique. I really think when it comes to cameras that are priced in this range, in that form factor, those frame rates come out there matching the high end cinema camera with those frame rates. There's that right there. And on top of that, one thing that we always kind of trot out and say, there's that Canon color science. There's something to it. There's something to Canon coming out with that, and just really being able to snap in those skin tones right away, being able to work with those colors very easily. It comes from those years and years of experience in the DSLR world, and everything like that. So those are some of those little intangibles right there that I can speak to. But I'm neither the person, nor I think there's a really place for me to go head to head in regards to that.
Right. And for those of you that are on, if you have not attended any of the in-person trade shows that we did in the way back pre-COVID, this was B&H's number one question. It's so funny. I've had a chance to work with Paul in the past, and of course, we love all of our children equally at B&H. So a lot of times what we would get is the, why should I? But I handled very well, Paul. I do agree with you. The color science is absolutely beautiful within the Canon. So again, with anything that's going to be a specific compare and contrast, or if you're on the fence between a few products, please reach out to the bhshows@bhphoto.com, and one of our salespeople will be happy to get back in touch with you. Now, Christopher harkens back to when you were talking about the VR lens. You said, will they work with the C70?
Something I honestly haven't even had the VR lens in my hand yet. Haven't given it a shot yet. The one thing about the VR lens, though, is that you're really going to want that higher resolution. You're really going to want that 8K resolution from the R5 with that lens. Will it go on there? Yeah, the lens will attach to it. What you're going to be getting out of that, I haven't seen yet. I mean, ostensibly, you're going to be getting 2K images out of that, and that may just not play well at all with your headset. We're really, we're not going to be pushing that lens with the C70 at all, just because you want to try to maximize the resolution that you're shooting with that lens.
Makes sense. I actually had a conversation with a buddy of mine, speaking of VR, the other night, and at B&H, I always am asked everything that people think we have a secret gateway to the new things, and he wanted to know when 8K was going to be streaming and what it would be. And I obviously don't have much of an answer for anything like that. But what I talked about was when VR first came out and how blocked everything was. and how really it was a kind of a peek into the future compared to where we're going now. And then with the onset of 8K and with everything that you're starting to do, it is becoming much more of an in-depth experience. So I think that's very good advice. Yeah, the higher your resolution can be, it will definitely make for a better experience. And then Lee asked, can the C70 take stills, or are they just screen grabs?
So this is an interesting thing. So all of the Cinema EOS cameras can take a still. Basically, you can set up one of the assignable buttons to take a JPEG snapshot, but it's not a still like you get out of a mirrorless camera. It's not like a raw, image that you get out of a. You're getting basically an 8 megapixel JPEG that out of it. It might as well be a screen grab at that point. So,
got it.
Yeah.
And then we had a question: does the C70 have the ability to record RAW on HDMI output?
No, unfortunately, the HDMI output is a 10-bit 422 up to 60 frames a second. So it's a 10-bit 422. You get the Canon log outputs, but not RAW out of that HDMI.
So sorry, I'm laughing because I come from a still background, and I had to transition at B&H to start to understand cinema, just as relevant to the world. And I swear all of you filmmakers just make stuff up so that the rest of the world thinks that there's this code, and so it's really funny when you really get people like you and other people in the room together, and it just starts breaking down to code. It really comes down to Morse code. So we also said, can you compare RAW to C-Log2?
Yeah, so you can't really separate them in a way. So I'm going to talk about, RAW in regards to the video of the camera. The RAW that we get out of Cinema EOS cameras, so like the C300 Mark III, the C500 Mark II, that RAW is all encoded in log. All right, so you can't separate the log from that RAW. That is how it's doing it. That's how it's doing its gamma encoding, is through the log. All right, so if I'm shooting on my C300 Mark III and I'm shooting in RAW, when I bring it into post, I can, I'm basically going to be working in the widest gamma that I have access to, and that is Canon log 2. All right. So in that regards, we're looking, we're pretty much the same there. I'm still getting that wide gamma from this camera, even though I'm not shooting RAW. I'm still encoding that in a Canon log 2, wide, the fullest dynamic range, the widest gamma. So that right there is going to be the same. What I'm missing out from that RAW though is I'm missing like the 12-bit, the 444 color sampling. So that kind of right there is a big key for some people. So
all right. And then one last question, and then we will say our goodbyes and transition over to Kelly Mena. Does the camera have time-lapse capabilities?
This camera does not have time-lapse capabilities. So.
That was a great way to answer it. It's like, who wants to be a millionaire? I didn't know which way you were going to go with that.
It pains me every time I have to say it. Let's just put it that way. So.
Well, fantastic. So, with everyone on here, I'm sure you've seen some of the B&H shows that we've done. This is really going to be the last kind of minute or two if you have a question. Otherwise, again, like I said, the BH shows at bhphoto.com will be the best place for you to go with kitting, any show specials or anything that you may want to do. Paul is an absolute and utter resource, so I know that he has the capability of really kind of going much more in depth, but we do have to kind of do some level of a time constraint for this. If you are not familiar and you are new to this world, definitely take a look at some of the documentaries that are out there that Paul and I were talking about, one of them being Free Solo from Jimmy Chin. He shot that on Canon. It is exceptionally beautiful, and it is a very good telling of why this gear, to Paul's point, is so agile, so nimble that they could take it up the side of a mountain, no problem, which was unheard of even 20 years ago. So we will be transitioning over to Kelly. Thank you again, Paul. I really
Yeah.
appreciate your time.
And real
I
fast, just to say,
apologize. Sure.
I'm be back here tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll be talking about C300 Mark III and C500 Mark II. So we can really explore what jumping up to the higher level of cinema EOS does. You know, especially if you keep in mind if you're here for today and you think about the C70 a little bit. So thank you, John,
Well,
very much.
you are very welcome. And that was our time. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Paul. And stay tuned. And we will have Kelly Mena from Nanlite up next. All right, everyone. It looks like we are jumping over to the next session. I am going to go ahead and let the next host log in, and I will introduce the one, the only, the amazing master of light, Kelly Mena. How are you?
John Faison, I haven't seen you in so long, sir.
I know. I felt horrible. I saw you at the training, and I would just wanted to yell. It's so very good to see you. I'm very
awesome
excited to sit back and watch your presentation.
Thank you.
Well, for all of you that are that were in the last session, you know how this works. We have the chat as well as the Q&A module. If you're new to the session, just simply throw your questions or comments into the chat, and one of our moderators will take a look at it. And I'm going to pass the baton digitally, Max, over to you.
I'll accept it. Thank you, John.
All right. All right,
Thanks,
Kelly.
John. Good seeing you. Max, you know I love you, but it was very, very nice to see John Faison, even if it is for just 5 seconds.
True. Yeah, I know. I know you two go way back. So thanks for being with us, Kelly and Nanlight. I'm excited for your upcoming session about lighting horror scenarios. Yeah, we love seeing the footage. So this is a good one, folks.
Nice. Thank you. We did a practice and you actually really, really liked what I was showing you guys. So I'm excited to show it to everybody else. But Max, so question for you, sir, before you let me present. At the end, when we ask questions or have people ask questions, you'll come on back and basically feed those questions to me so that I know what people are asking?
Happy to do it.
Okay, cool. Sounds great.
Awesome.
I'm good to go.
Okay, the floor is yours. Take it away,
Awesome.
Kelly.
Thank you. Thanks, Max.
Yeah.
So hello, everybody. As John Faison said, my name is Kelly Mena. I actually am the head of marketing for Nanlight USA, which is a lighting company, but I'm also a creative director. I'm a filmmaker. So I really like to kind of geek out about gear and geek out about lighting. So I really am excited today because I basically get to take you guys through how I broke down a scary scene, a few scary scenes that we did. So me and my crew were actually able to do something for Halloween and have that as kind of a wonderful excuse to play around with different lighting setups and kind of do more of an eerie kind of feeling, which we don't tend to do. Usually we do very straightforward type of things or straightforward music videos or interviews, or this really kind of let us play with lighting in a way that was even more creative and kind of outside of the bounds that we typically go with. So with that in mind, I'm just going to share my screen real quick, and I'm going to share audio as well, just in case, because I would like to basically show you guys some stuff. But first, let me just show you a bit of the behind the scenes. So I'm basically going to show you guys some clips of different scenarios that we did for this day shoot at a Brooklyn location that had all of these different weird locations and corners, like this creepy classroom that you're seeing right now. So I basically took this location and was like, oh my God, there's a weird TV room. There's this like really creepy classroom. There was just so much going on in the space, and it was perfect for us to do some kind of thriller, scary thing. So first, let me stop for a second and go through the gear that we used. I always like to start with just like a list of gear, since we're all kind of gearheads here. We used a Red Raven camera at 4.5K at 23.98 frames per second. We definitely used this pretty much the entire day for all the scenes, and it gave us a lot of range. And then we also decided to use the DZO film picture lenses. So this is actually, we used some kind of kit that B&H actually has. And I think it was like a 20 to 55 millimeter and then a 50 to 125. So it really gave us such a range to play with throughout the day. It made it so that we could move quicker. We didn't have to pick up a bunch of prime lenses and switch out every time we wanted to make a change. And this really let us kind of do 4 different lighting setups in one day in the same location. So that was super helpful. Again, the classroom setup that I'm going to show you guys, I really am excited to basically break down how the scenes were shot, but I'm also going to show you guys the scenes and how we lit them. But I want to show you the actual scene as it comes about and as we edited it. Don't worry, they're like 30 to 45 seconds tops. So we'll watch the creepy scene, see what the vibe was, and then break down how we kind of lit that to kind of mimic the feeling that we were trying to mimic. So lighting wise, we use Nanlight's PavaTube X series. So Nanlight is very well known for tube lighting. We have lots of different kinds of lighting. We have monolights and we have mixed panels. We have various different things, but something that you may already know us for are tubes. We have incredible LED tube lights, and we just came out with a new series called the X series. So I really wanted to play with the new guys. Like, we had just gotten our hands on them when we first started to basically make these setups happen. So I basically made sure to have all 4 of the 4-footers that I got in the mail the day before on set. So we really went to town with the PavaTubes. But the PavaTube 30X is actually a 4-foot tube, and we used it throughout a lot of these setups. But we also used a PavaTube 260, which is the smaller 10-inch LED. So that also has lots of different effects. Again, a tube light. And again, we do have other things. So we have the mixed panel 60 that we used, and we also used a Forza 60. Let me go back real quick just to show you guys. This is actually my favorite setup that we did. And of course, I have left it for last so that you guys can stay tuned and watch why this was my favorite setup. But we used the Forza 60, which is one of Nanlight's smaller monolights. And then we use the projector mount that we have. And I use the 19 degree. There's also a 36 degree. And we used it to basically create like a slither of light for a close-up that we wanted. So definitely stay tuned for that. But that was one of my favorites that we actually utilized. So you can see it right here. We actually, usually I think people use projector mounts as, they use them with gobos, which the projector mount does come with, and then you can, focus it or put it out of focus. And usually people will throw it behind an interview or, in the background of a scene. I really wanted me and my team to kind of get challenged to use it as a main light, to actually use it as the main source of a light. So, having light come through a door actually gave us an opportunity to really let the projector mount kind of shine. Pun intended, you're all welcome. And I also want to take one quick second just to let everybody know there's actually amazing deals happening right now. It's a little ridiculous how many deals we have. We have 20% off all of these different things. If you look at B&H, I know that the wonderful people that are in the chat room are going to send you a link of all these rebates that B&H has and sales and all these stuff going on right now. But we have 20% off so many of the lights that I'm talking about today. 50% off 2 of our big monolights. There's lots of different kinds of things going on that you definitely want to take advantage of. So I want to throw that out there before I jump into the actual scenes. And then I'll also kind of break down for you guys the reasons we use different lights. And again, some of those sales are actually intertwined with the stuff that we use. And there's different lights we could have used. Definitely engage in the chat. We have our friend Sam Mallory who works with me, and he will answer questions in the chat as well if you guys have any lighting questions, and we'll try to get to them at the end. So without further ado, I am going to play the first scene that I'm super excited about. It is actually one of the reasons I got this location was because of the old beat up classroom that they had. And then they had, the stairway that I'll show you later and the TV room. And there's just so many different weird setups that these guys in Brooklyn had that I really wanted to share. Okay, so this is the first setup. This is the classroom setup. So I'm just going to play the scene. We'll watch it and then we'll break down actually how we lit it. So that is the scene. It's quick and simple, but obviously it's eerie. It's a little creepy. I don't know if any of you noticed, but it definitely has The Ring inspiration. Remember that movie, The Ring, where the girl comes out of the well and she's moving in this weird way and then she comes out of a TV? Hint, hint, there are going to be TVs later as well. That was definitely our inspiration for a lot of what it is that we did that day in that room. I really wanted it to be kind of like a feeling that this character is trapped, and that basically make you feel a little bit uncomfortable and not quite sure what's happening. And this person seems ghostly, but they also seem like trapped in the environment. So in order to do that, we wanted to challenge ourselves by using all 4 of the PavaTube X's that I had. They were the 30X, which are the 4-footers. And we actually hung them on the wall. So I'm going to share with you basically how we mounted them. We actually had them in the room itself as a fixture. So basically what you see is you see the actual light in the room. And you see it right here, right? You see that the lights are actually in the classroom themselves. And you can see them as practicals. One of my favorite things about these lights, especially the newer tube lights that Nanlite has, they look just like practical lights. They look like a fixture that could be in a classroom or in an office space, or, you know, just in your actual scene. And a lot of people will utilize this for music videos. I'm sure you guys have seen that, where they'll have a wall of tubes and they'll have, you know, dancers, or they'll have haze machines going, and like, you know, it's something more musical and the fixtures in the scene, but not for a reason. Not like a practical light where it's like, it looks like it could be a part of the actual scene. It's more for artistic purposes. So we wanted to challenge ourselves to kind of use the tube lighting inside of a scene, but not in a way where it's like, you know, an artistic shape or pattern or background or theatrical kind of way. We wanted it to be more of a practical use. So we actually kept it in the scene itself. And that was a big reason we actually mounted them to the light fixtures that were in the room. The room itself actually had lights already, you know, like the typical Fresnel lights that you see in a classroom, and they had like a diffusion thing, but obviously that's not the lighting we wanted to use. That's not the quality of light we wanted to use. So we did change the lighting to make sure that we could use the tube lights, but also use them in a really interesting kind of way. So let me show you some BTS that we have. So again, the main reason I really loved this location was it had at least 6 different setups, and it allowed us to do 4 different scenes all in the same space. And the classroom was the first place I really wanted to go to. And you'll see here, Christian, who later acts for us, actually blocked the light coming in. So you'll notice that the windows are blocked. So I know a lot of you already know this, but a big part of lighting is first eliminating light. So if you have sunlight coming in through a window, if you have other lights on in a space that are just like, you know, really ugly, yellowish, flickering kind of lights that you want to get rid of, the first thing we did was we got on set, we turned off the actual lights in the classroom, we blocked the window lights so that we could control the lighting and so that we could pick exactly what it was that we wanted for this scenario. And so after we did that, we definitely wanted to make sure that some of the lights were in the shot, but you'll notice that we had 4 of them. So you really only clearly see 2 of them. And then the other 2 are kind of more off camera. But we did make sure that we had them in the shot as well. So here you'll see we're mounting them to the fixture, and we have basically an eyeball. So I'm going to pause on this part so you can really see it. And I have a little clip that I'll show you guys later so you can see what this accessory really is. But basically there's a 1/4-20 on the base of the new PavaTubes, and you can screw in this eyeball that has a loop on it. And then you can insert a safety cable through that, and you can pretty much hang it to anything. And you can even like attach them to each other and hang them from something. There's so many different ways to kind of mount these kinds of tube lights. And we have lots of different, you know, 4 banks and different ways of actually, you know, mounting something that has a T12 size tube. But a really simple way is just basically being able to hang them and hang them from anything. And it was really nice to just be able to go in and hang them from the fixtures that were already there. And you'll see it's just simply hanging from it. And in the actual shot that we have locked off, it just looks like it's the light that's in the space itself. So you'll also notice we put the tubes up on the fixtures, but we also wanted to make sure that it wasn't just a constant light. We didn't think that that was as creepy of a feeling as we were going for. So we were definitely going for something that was a little eerie and off-putting and, you know, makes you feel a little bit on edge, right? Because you don't know what's going on. You don't know if this person's trapped. I keep joking with everyone that it's a teacher who's trapped in a Zoom classroom and she just can't get out, you know? But on set, we definitely wanted it to feel more like eerie and more like The Ring, and we kind of wanted the lighting to do something more than just illuminate the area and keep some of it dark and some of it bright. So we had the bad bulb effect going. So you'll see that flickering happening. And bad bulb is exactly that. It is just how a bad bulb would act. It flickers and it feels like it's about to die maybe, and there's inconsistencies in how it's flickering. So you can see that in the scene. You can see that the light's not quite constant, and you can even see the lights that are off frame going on and off, creating that kind of eerier feeling, right? Another thing you'll notice, jump shots. So I really wanted to make sure that we stayed in the same position. So you'll see that there'll be throughout the piece jump shots from Alex, the actress, being in one spot and then another spot. And then we moved around the desks as well, so that in these jump shots, the room is all of a sudden chaotic, like she's just been going crazy in this and time doesn't mean anything. Something that Mark Raker, our cinematographer, did was he wanted to make sure that her jerky movements, which she was incredible with, like Alex did an incredible job. She's also a dancer and an actress. So I just asked her, think about The Ring, think about those jerky movements, but something that Mark Raker right here, the cinematographer, let me go back a little bit. He decided that since we were trying to get a really unnerving, kind of jerky, kind of twitchy movement, that we should change the shutter. And he changed the shutter to 1/200th, which really kind of added, I'll go back a little bit just so we can see this part especially. I feel like you can really just kind of see there's just some extra bit of unnervingness, and that has to do with the shutter speed. And that was a really awesome thing that Mark decided to do. This is actually a shot of me editing on site. So as I said, we were very inspired by The Ring and the movie The Ring. And I'm sure many of you have seen it, not only the girl coming out of the well, but she comes out of the well and then she comes out of the TV. And everyone who watches it is cursed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So for us, I really loved basically the TV room. Which you probably got a glimpse of before, but there was this wonderful television room that basically was at the end of a hallway, and there were just TVs stacked on top of each other. So I'm going to show you guys right now. This is, again, the classroom was a big part of the reason that I wanted to share the space, but I also really loved this TV room. I was obsessed with this TV room. So basically, you can see why I might be obsessed with this, and why I might be inspired by The Ring, because it was already such an unnerving kind of space. I think this location gets a lot of music videos and things like that. But when I saw this, I immediately thought of just like someone being lost somewhere, really being creeped out by, you know, there being so many TVs and then being able to play something on the TV screen. So the reason you see me editing in that video is because once we shot the classroom and we shot that creepy scene with Alex just seeming like she's trapped in this classroom and she just can't get out, maybe she's a ghost, we don't know. I really wanted to be able to play that scene on the TV. So very quickly, in about 30 minutes or so, I threw a bunch of clips together and we were able to play them on this television setup that they had. They already had, like you can see one of the TVs on the right actually just has static. All of the TVs would do this static effect, which was also super creepy and cool. And we could have just used that. But if we were able to play something on the TV, we were really excited to be able to shoot something really quickly and then throw it together and put it on the TVs for our next scene. So that was really exciting. And that is going to be the next thing that I show you guys, is pretty much the TV scene. And this is with the classroom scene. It's very Inception. The classroom scene is being played within the TV scene. So let me show you guys that real quick. So that was our TV scene. So we really wanted to kind of do something where Christian, our actor, was kind of lost and looking around, and he just stumbles upon this random footage of just all of these creepy jump shots of this woman who seems to be trapped somewhere, and he obviously doesn't know what's going on. And in the edit itself, we actually decided to make it kind of seem like, I don't know, maybe she ate him. I'm not quite positive. I know that, like, obviously she did something. She did something to make Christian disappear. And so we wanted to basically just have it be this thing where he's lost and then all of a sudden he's gone. And it was just so nice to be able to actually like use the footage that we shot in the classroom scene. And right next door were these TVs that we were able to kind of put this new footage on and have our other actor react to that. We also, for this hallway kind of shot, did use Pava tubes for that as well. So I will jump into how we shot the TV scene, which again, we did use Pava tubes. And in addition, we actually did use the smaller Pava tube, the cute guy, the 10-inch guy. But basically this TV room, I need to shoot here again. I have so many more ideas of what I want to do in this space. But it was so perfect for this. It just all really came together. I mean, her footage was already jerky and weird. And then, you know, Mark changed the shutter speed. And then each individual screen kind of did their own weird thing with the footage. So it just, a bunch of wonderful little happy accidents throughout this piece. But in terms of what we used to light it, I will stop here. We actually mounted the Pava Tube 30X right above where Christian was walking. So it's like right out of frame. And the fact that we had all of these TVs, I was also really excited to be able to kind of mess with more special effects that the tubes have. There's also lots of special effects in the mix panels, and there's some practical effects in the monolights. Nanlite has a lot of different effects that you can use. With this, I really wanted to be able to use a very common special effects that we have for Nanlite, which is the TV screen effect. For obvious reasons. Basically, I knew that we had a wall full of TVs, so I was like, okay, so it should feel like the TVs are lighting the space. And when I talked to Mark Raker, again, the cinematographer to the right of me on screen, he had these incredible add-on ideas. Again, this is the best part about filmmaking. I think it's just that collaboration of having an idea, kind of giving really wonderful, versatile tools to someone who's super talented and seeing what they do with that. It's like giving a painter various paints and then seeing how they mix and match them. But we gave Mark these Pava tubes and different fixtures. And not only did we do the TV screen mode on the like main light that you see in this frame, but we also took another Pava tube, another 30X, again, the 4-footer, and we actually had it off to the side on the left. So on camera left, which I think we'll go back soon in a second to the actual shot, on camera left, that tube that Mark's messing with right now, he actually makes it vertical and puts it on paparazzi mode, which I thought was brilliant. I didn't think about anything like that at all. So he was like, well, if we were going to have the TV effect up front lighting the hallway, in order to create just kind of like a dance between the lights and to create like this eerie, continue with this eerie feeling, he had the light up left off to the side doing paparazzi to create this like mix of effects happening within the hallway so that you feel that uneasiness that we were constantly going for. So again, the top light was in a TV effect mode. But another thing that's really cool about these lights in particular is you can dial in exactly what you want. So again, I love handing tools like this to incredibly talented people and then seeing what they do with them. And Mark was able to basically mess around with the TV effect, but then figure out, you know, how much did he want it to dim back and forth, a 0 to 5%. He did a speed of 100. He made sure all the lights were at 7,500 Kelvin so that it was the color that he wanted in terms of mimicking kind of a screen feel. And I just really love seeing how it all came together. It all kind of works together like a beautiful dance, you know? And then when we got to this close-up shot, we actually used the smaller Pavo tube, which I'll get to in a second. I love that last shot. But yeah, there's Mark putting up the 10-inch. And basically, this was another thing I thought was brilliant. Again, I wanted there to be a TV effect. I knew I wanted the room to feel like it was being lit by the televisions, but as we were collaborating and kind of bouncing ideas back and forth, not only did Mark come up with the idea of having the other Pavo tube that was to the left in a paparazzi mode, but when we took the smaller tube, so again, this Pavo Tube 260, it's 10 inches. We were like, you know what, this is perfect for the close-up because it was such a tight little nook of a space. We mounted it right above the screen so it looked like it was coming from the screen. But instead of doing the TV effect, he actually wanted to do the welding effect and have it dim from 2 to 5%. He had a speed of 75. Again, the Kelvin was the same 7,100. But he really thought that that was kind of more of the visual that matched the feeling of what we were trying to do. And it actually matched kind of what the TV was doing a little more of. So it's interesting to know that there's these different effects that we can use in different ways. And even though there is a TV screen effect, sometimes a different effect might work a little bit better for what it is that you're going for. And I just love seeing creative people figure that stuff out on site as we're kind of all working together to create the same feeling and to kind of basically, you know, create a similar vibe. And in this particular case, obviously that vibe was super creepy and scary. And I think he definitely accomplished that. And you definitely can see that it feels like it's coming from the television, even though it's technically a welding effect. So again, welding effect, paparazzi effect, TV screen, all the good stuff. And the Pavo tubes have all of those different fine tuning elements that you can do too. Like you can go in there and you can really fine tune what dimming you want, what intensity you want, what Kelvin you want. Like the options are boundless and you can really do anything with them. And a lot of the other fixtures have that as well. Like again, the mixed panels have effects and the Forza monolights that we have also have kind of effects and stuff like that. And I think what makes the magic really happen is being able as a creator to be able to fine tune those things and to really kind of dive into, you know, how you want it to come across feeling wise and mood wise, and to be able to dial something in and get exactly what it is that you want, or to mimic something that's happening with a practical that you have in the scene. So for us, the TVs were the practical light, and we were able to kind of mimic that, but still keep a very eerie, weird vibe going on that we were aiming for. And it was just super fun. And since I have kind of dove into the tube lights and everything like that, and we do have lots of tube lights, but again, we have a lot of other stuff. So don't worry, there's gonna be more fixtures in the next setup, but I do want you guys to have an understanding of like the different kinds of tubes that there are, because Nanlite has the Pavo Tube X series that just came out, and they have DMX and they're built really sturdy and they look like practical lights that you can put in scenes, and they have pixel mapping. And then we have the Pavo Tube C series that is the first series of tube lights that Nanlite went out with. And the main difference is that they don't have the pixel mapping. And I just want people to have an understanding of that because there is 20% off the Pavo Tube Cs. And the funny thing about the scenes that we did is I just got the Pavo Tube X's. So I was like, we're using these. I can't wait. I might use the pixel effects to have like a light come from one end of the tube all the way to the end of the tube and do some kind of creepy lighting effect. I wasn't sure exactly what we were going to do until I got into the location and we started to kind of look at the mood and the tone and all of that kind of stuff. So the funny part is that a lot of what we did in these scenes, we could have totally used the PavaTube C series. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there if you're interested in that, because there's like 20% off the PavaTube C series right now until January 15th. So you want to mimic this, you absolutely can do that. And I also did want to just take a second to show you guys a little bit more about the tubes real quick before I jump into the other fixtures, because I already kind of dove into what they're capable of doing, but we didn't really show a lot of what's possible with them too, because you can see here there's actually 3 different sizes. The 60X is an 8-footer. So if you have any ideas on how I can use this for our next shoot, please let me know, because we have used the 2-footers. We've used the 4-footers. I just got my hands on the 8-footers. So seriously, in the comments, let me know what next shoot you think Nanlite USA should do. Because I can barely fit them in my house. And I want to figure out what cool thing could I build? What tunnel? It's boundless. So throw some comments into the chat. Let me know how you think we should use these. But my main thing is I wanted to let you guys know that they have pixel mapping, and you can see what that means here. There is basically an ability for the light to have different colors and different light effects happening from one end of the tube to the other end of the tube. So you'll see here, there's a rainbow effect. So again, the PavaTube C series can't necessarily do that, but we could have done all these different things. It's just we use them based on what we needed in those situations that we had them in. Like the creepy classroom, I really just wanted that weird bad bulb effect. In the television room, we did that cool array of like TV effects and paparazzi and welding, and all of that stuff is also in the C series and in all of the tubes basically that Nanlite has. But here you can see that is possible, having a rainbow effect, or having, you can see here the green turning into the red turning into the green. You see how it goes from one end of the tube to the other. There's just so many things that you could do with these that are a little bit different than how we use them. But again, it's just interesting to see creators take tools and see what they do with them. And again, you see a lot of these tubes with like, in music videos thrown into the scene and just, being used as props in a music video or something like that. We wanted to kind of challenge ourselves to use them as actual practicals, which is a little different. So I stopped here because I feel like this clip is so quick. And I just want you guys to see how basically the light is going from one end of the tube to the other. So that was another thing that I could have done in the classroom scene. I could have done something where the lights were, off-putting, but in this different way of the light source going up and down the tube. Again, we went with bad bulb. I think it worked awesomely, but this is definitely another thing that you could do with them. And also what I really wanted, and another reason I did use the X series for both the classroom scenes and the TV scene, I wasn't sure if I wanted to see the actual fixture or not. You can see at the ends of the tube, there isn't like this extra black part, which the PavaTube Cs have, which kind of makes them look a little bit more like practicals. Like it makes them look like, the kinds of lights you do see in just office spaces and stuff like that. So I feel like when you put these into a scene where there's supposed to be a practical light, they really do kind of come across more like a practical light. So that's another reason that I actually use them as well. I stopped on this one because I wanted to basically make sure you guys knew what I was talking about when I talked about how we mounted the tubes to the light fixtures in the classroom. We use these eyeballs that basically twist right onto the ends of the light, and then they have a loop on them. And all you have to do is basically put this onto the light and then put a safety cable through it, or anything that would be safe enough to actually hang them from. And we use this in a couple ways. We basically had them hanging from a fixture, and in a second I'll also show you how we use them in the stairway scene, or the opposite of the stairway scene. And they've been a blast to work with, and the effects are kind of endless. not only they're RGBWW, just like the other Pava tubes are. There's a wider Kelvin range, but also the thing that's really, really cool is the green and magenta adjustment. I know that doesn't sound like the coolest feature, but honestly, I know if you're a filmmaker like me and you really want to basically control anything you can and adjust anything you can, when you're in CCT mode, if you're trying to basically mimic a light that might be already there that you can't shut off, or you need to somehow have a little bit more green or a little bit more magenta, it's kind of amazing to have the ability to do that and to finesse it and to fine tune it. Our mix panels also do that as well. And obviously, like, again, a lot of people use these inside of music videos, which is awesome, but we wanted to use them as practicals, which I think is another thing to emphasize, is that this is a great example of that too. Like, they just look like basically the tube lights that happen to be on that wall for this musician. And that is kind of the way that I feel like these can be used, like, yes, this could be a music video, but this could also just be a quick performance or something like that, where that wall just happened to have those lights on there. They have barn doors that you can purchase with them as well. And the main thing I really wanted to emphasize is that there is actually now an app that comes with this. So there is DMX control, that is definitely an option as well. But the app that has just come out with the tubes don't just control the tubes. This app also controls basically any Nanlite fixture. So you can basically be behind your camera and change anything that you want to change. And if you have any older fixtures, like there are definitely like older fixtures from a couple years ago that don't have Bluetooth in them. But we do have a control box that you can get in order for the app to work with the things that do have Bluetooth now, like the new PavaTube X's, and the things that might be on an older scale where it's like the PavaTube C's. You can still change them. You just need the control box to be able to basically use them with this app. We do have an article on the app. So Sam, if you're in the chat, sir, and you haven't already, definitely plop our blog post. So Sam wrote this great article about our NanLink app and basically how you can use it and how you can use it with various different fixtures that Nanlite has. So definitely check that out. Another thing that's just really great about that is, production's already really kind of chaotic, and there's so much prep that goes into it and so much work that goes into it. And the simpler you can make something, the better it makes the entire experience and the entire way of approaching how you light something. So like when we did the classroom and we were debating, do we want this effect? Do we want that effect? Me and Mark were able to sit behind the monitor and just use the app to change what the PavaTubes were doing and look at the actual frame and look at Alex, the actress in the frame, and figure out if that indeed was the vibe we were going for, if it reflected the mood. And, no one had to run over to the light and change it. And we didn't have to wait. We could just do it right away and see immediately what it was doing. So just want to make sure you guys know that that exists, that is an option. I find it very helpful. And without further ado, this is our last scene that we are going to break down. So let me just pull this up for you. But this is basically a stairway scene. Again, I was inspired by the location, but I will let you watch this before I go into it. Let's just get this ready. Okay, so I think Alex did such a great job that day. Not only did we make her play some possibly trapped teacher in a classroom that had to, maneuver around and basically do this insane dance, but we also made her play herself twice in the same scene. So the concept behind that scene is basically, Alex number one, who's going up the stairwell, doesn't know what's behind the door. She doesn't know what she's going to see. She's kind of wandering up there, very similar to the way Christian was kind of wandering and not understanding what he was seeing on the television screens. And then when she looks through, lo and behold, she sees herself, which that's creepy for anyone unless you are a twin. It's going to be a nerve-wracking situation. So the way that we decided to light this was we definitely wanted to have the door at the top of the staircase kind of be glowing almost, you know, it really kind of makes you wonder what's behind that door. So I really told Mark that what I wanted was basically for Alex to almost be walking in darkness. And really the only thing that's illuminating the scene is, you know, the light coming through the door. And so I think he did an awesome job basically figuring out how to make it so that it's kind of dark, but not overly dark. And you see her look through the door and then see herself. And there's just so many elements going on here that you have to take into consideration. Like as you light the stairway, you also have to think about the other ends of the door, you know, what's going to be there. And so when we were lighting the stairway, you can see, I think you can see from this, but basically the bedroom is really movie magic. Like that bedroom was not on the other side of that door. We had to basically film it in a way so that when we cut it together, it felt like what was behind that door was another realm, or wherever Alex number 2 was. That bedroom needed to feel like it was on the other side of that door. The actuality and reality of the situation was it was actually just a very tiny hallway that we were shooting at. And so we put these mixed panels on the floor and we basically made them 100% intensity, so full-blown intensity, HSI 18, saturation 50%. The reason this is important to know is because whatever we did at the top of the stairs, we knew we had to mimic in the bedroom, because again, that light needs to seem like it is coming from that bedroom. So it was important for us to make these artistic choices as we were making these shots happen, but also keep in mind the next scene we were going to shoot, which was the bedroom scene. So I think we only have 5 more minutes before we dive into questions. So I'm just going to try to have this play and go through the majority of it. But we, of course, added some haze because haze makes everything better. Gaff tape fixes everything and haze makes everything better. Those are my mottos. And then we also, in the stairway, I thought this was, again, Mark Raker with his ideas. He made a great point that we needed a little bit of light in the stairway, even though we wanted the mixed panels to be the things that really kind of shot through the door and were the focal piece, if you will, in terms of the light. He threw just our 10-inch PavoTube 26C off camera right onto this little shelf that was in the stairway. And he just made this very, very minor hint of green. It was only at 15% intensity, HSI 135, 135. It was like just a little green. And it really made a big difference for when Alex was walking up the stairs and walking down the stairs. Like it really made it so that you could kind of at least make her out a little bit and understand who was walking up the stairs and walking down the stairs. And I think it really made a really big difference. As subtle as it was a very, very big difference in terms of being able to kind of make distinctions of some detail as she was walking up the stairs. So my favorite shot, as I mentioned in the very beginning, is really when Alex is looking through that door. And that's going to be the last shot we go through. But this shot of Alex at the top of the stairs, again, I'll pause here for a quick second. This is how we lit the bedroom scene. And we did the exact same settings on those PavoTubes as we did on the mixed panels. So always take those things into consideration. That's a really important move. But for the her on top of the stairs shot, since we were already at the bottom of the stairs getting the shot of Alex going up and down, we just had Alex do a quick costume change. And we moved one mixed panel 60 and we just took it off the floor and put it on a stand so that we could actually illuminate her a little bit more. You could actually see her when she opened the door and kind of was confused as to what was just there, what was just looking at her. And then when we kind of did the projector mount shot, again, I love this, the Forza 60 with the projector mount. It's a small monolight. And basically what we did is we didn't use any gobos. We just used the leaves on the actual projector mount, which you can shape the actual light and create like a slither of light. And we just wanted to mimic basically what she was looking through and peering through. So when she steps into that light, that's not the door, that is the projector mount. And we basically marked where she needed to be and figured out exactly how to line up her eyes and everything. And I think it worked out really beautifully. And it was a really interesting way, I think, to use the projector mount, because a lot of people I know use it as a spotlight or use it as, again, something that's kind of like out of focus with some light separation in the background. So to use it as like the main light, I thought was a really interesting kind of use for it. And the reason I wanted the doors on the top of the stairs to illuminate the way that they did was mainly so that I could do this one shot with the projector mount. I was super excited about that. And then Mark and we moved into the bedroom scene. So this is the very last breakdown we'll go through, but basically in the bedroom, again, we were mimicking what we were doing in the stairwell. So when he put the pava tubes up, he used those eyebolts that I showed you guys with some safety cables, and he kind of hooked them up to each other and then mounted them on the wall. And he basically put the exact same settings that he put for the mix panel. Because again, the mix panels were on the floor, shining through the door. So if the bedroom is on the other side of that door, that would be the color of light coming through. That would be the quality of light that was coming through. So he basically mimicked exactly what he did on the mix panel with these two pavo tubes. And these are, again, the X series is the 30X. There are 4 foot length, there are 4 foot tubes. There's 2 foot tubes. Again, there's an 8 foot tube. If you have any idea what I should shoot with, let me know what I should do with the 8 foot tube. I'm thinking I'll create a tunnel. So I'm going to stop here for a second. Again, the settings, exactly the same as the mix panel. HSI 18, saturation 15, and then intensity 100. Okay, let's just go through. And then don't forget the small green light that we had in the stairwell, because Mark sure didn't. I was like, whoa, what are we doing with that one? And he was like, oh, this has to be the green hint. Again, HSI 135, and then he kind of did the same intensity, more or less, and less saturation, but just to have a hint of it. Like those subtle differences, I think, really make this such an art form, because there's unconscious things even in the audience that they don't perceive. But if you make something match the way it's supposed to match, it's going to make more sense to the audience, and they're going to feel that difference. So that's the majority of our scenes. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. I think that's pretty much all I have, Max, if you want to start asking questions.
Sure, but before we get into Q&A, just thank you so much, Kelly, Mena. Yeah, this has been very cool. Like, I just love the footage and also how you're breaking it down, showing us the specs, the real life application, and just how creative you can get with it. So yeah, and yeah, also, yeah, not only do you create well, but yeah, great presentation as well. So not everybody can explain their work. So
thanks, Max. I love lighting.
Yeah,
I do. I love geeking out about lighting. That's what I said in the beginning, and it's very true.
We can tell.
Yeah. Any questions? I haven't been able to kind of follow along. So
well, let's first go with the fun question about the 8 foot tube, the pavo tube.
Please help me. Yes.
I mean, a tunnel sounds really cool. I would want to see that.
I think so. I would need a lot of them, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what I'd like to do. Just a huge tunnel.
Yeah, we had somebody in the audience say that you could do a lightsaber battle, but an 8 foot saber, that's
that doesn't even seem safe. That doesn't seem safe at all.
You don't want to do that. I was thinking actually NBA players, there's like
oh my god, I love that
7 foot plus NBA players,
Oh, I love that so much. I'm going to get Ari from our social team and be like, do you know anyone in the NBA?
There we go. Yeah, that covers almost 8 feet.
Stand next to it. They could just hold it.
Yeah, easy.
Perfect. I love that.
Yeah, but that's fun. That's fun to brainstorm like that on 8 foot pavo tube. What could I do with that?
I know. I just got them. That's why I ask. I'm seriously open to suggestions.
Yeah, definitely. Sam has been great about answering some of these questions in the Q&A, but I'll just say a few of them actually. So somebody was asking about the bad bulb effect.
Yeah.
And if you were actually manually turning them on and off, But no, it is an effect. So
Yeah, it's
yeah.
an effect. It's actually all the pop tubes have this, and again, the mixed panels do too. But it's just a bad bulb, so it's just variable. But you just put it in bad bulb effect. I actually have a video that we're working on for our YouTube channel right now. By the way, if you liked this, sign up for our YouTube channel, Nanlight USA.
I'll drop the link.
Yeah, oh, awesome. Thank you, Max.
Yep, for sure.
But we actually are going to do a video where we show like effects then and now. And Mark helped me with this as well, because Mark's been in the film industry. He's a very good friend of mine. He's my main cinematographer for lots of things. And he basically showed how you used to do an effect. So we take the TV screen and we show how you have to like get scrims and like try to manually have an assistant get the right like flow going and all that kind of stuff, versus literally you go to a mixed panel or a pop tube and you press a button. Like the times have changed.
Yeah, true. The times have changed. They are changing, as somebody said. Yeah. There was a question about mounting to C-stands, and if they have a built-in, 3/8 or 1/4-20 threading.
So the tubes have a lot of mounting options. So like Nanlite has basically stands that are T12 compatible, which means that's the size of the actual tube and you can clip it onto the tube. And then they'll have like a goose head or something else that you can actually put onto a C-stand. So there's lots of mounting options that you can use. The tubes themselves only come with those eye bolts that I showed, so you can hang them from something. You could take a C-stand and the arm and hang them from it or something like that, but it's a cleaner look if you actually do get an extra accessory that just kind of holds the tube in a clean way.
There we go. Yeah, I liked that video. Safety cable, of course. I'll make sure.
Gotta be safe. Gotta be safe.
Yep. I just dropped the YouTube link for Nanlite.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. So let's see. I think there was another question. The battery power, is it internal and can they be powered with an external battery source?
So it is internal, so you can charge them. I want to say and Sam, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, sir, but I want to say it lasts around 2.5 hours or something like that for the 4-footer. But you can plug them in and you can keep them plugged. I'm pretty sure that we just charge them. And honestly, when we quote batteries and how long something lasts, it's always at like 100% intensity. And these guys are so bright, you don't typically use them at 100%.
Right.
So they actually end up lasting even longer. Like we weren't plugged in at any point. We just charged them and then used them, and they didn't go out the entire time we were shooting.
Nice. Yeah, I saw a lot of it.
Oh. I'm sorry, go ahead, Max.
I just saw a lot of the times it was less than 50%, less than 20% for like that green haze effect. Yeah.
Nice, good eye.
Yeah. Well, I'm also a gear nerd, so we get excited about this stuff.
Yeah, I'm also, let me see if can I add to the chat as well?
Yeah, feel free.
Let me see, all panelists. There's actually, so there's 2 different YouTube channels, so it's kind of confusing. But there's Nanlite Global and there's Nanlite USA. And then the one that this is on, there's a How to Shoot Horrors. That's actually the Nanlite USA one. So I shot that in there.
Ah, okay. I'll get all the links.
Just to be confused, all the links. You get all the links.
The right ones as well. Yeah, good. Thank you for that.
Sam did correct me. The 4-foot PavaTube 30X lasts 1.5 hours, 1 hour and 36 minutes at full brightness. And again, that's full brightness. So I don't think I've even used it at 50% usually.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that's a good battery life. Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if we have, so yeah, off by 6 minutes. That's all.
How dare you, Sam?
Well, let's see. Any other Q&A? We have about another 8 minutes before we're starting the next session. I just wanted to say, yeah, the scene with all the TVs, that was so cool. That was the only.
Is that your favorite?
I mean, that was the only non-Nanlite lighting, right? Is Nanlite going to come out with
the TVs TV themselves?
Yeah.
Well, those are using practicals. It's like you're using what's in there.
Of course, yeah. No, but that's just such a fun scene. Like I want to go to that wall and just like plug something in and have fun with it. And it was also so cool that you used the Pavo tubes as like a fluorescent light, in the shot. I just thought that
Yeah,
was such a
I
cool
really
effect.
like being able to do that because I feel like sometimes you want to be able to kind of get the shot in the light, and sometimes it's like, oh, this just looks like it's wrong. It just looks like we accidentally got the light in the shot.
Yeah, true. No, but that definitely looked intentional the way you did it. Oh, one last question was how many tubes can you control from the app and match, like group together?
Oof, great question. A lot of them.
Okay, so
Like
collect them all.
a lot. Sam, I don't know if you know the exact amount, but like hundreds, I think. I'm pretty sure like a lot. And what's nice is not just controlling, again, the tubes, and they also have DMX. So if you had a setup that had more than the app could actually handle, DMX is probably what you want to be using anyway in order to control that kind of mass, you know? But what's really cool is that it's not just for the tubes, it's for everything Nanlite has. So like if you wanted a spotlight, you wanted tubes everywhere in the background, but then you wanted like a Forza 300 with a spotlight on somebody, you could control everything, including the monolight.
Nice. All that just
It's been a
from the
huge
ease of your
change.
phone or a tablet.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The times are changing, Max.
Yeah, that's right. Um, will the tube kits have any special price today? So earlier in the presentation, there was that graphic of all sorts of deals for Nanlite. Those are going
Yes.
until January 15th, correct?
They are good until January 15th. I can actually, I think I have that somewhere.
Okay,
Give
yeah,
me
we'll take a
one
look at that.
moment. Yeah,
Sure.
I'll just find it. Just give me one moment, somewhere in here, I'm sure.
Yep,
Yes,
we
this
gotta
is the
love the
guy.
special pricing.
Yeah, and honestly, this actually doesn't even include everything because we've been adding things for the holidays. Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays.
But these are basically the majority of them. So these
Yeah.
are, there's 20% off the mix panels. So you guys saw the mix panels that we use. There's a brand, there's also the mix pads, which we also have a video, again, Nanlite USA YouTube. We have a video where I break down the difference between the mix panels and the mix pads because we've been getting a lot of questions about the differences. And the mix pads are less expensive. They're less like, you know, I call the mix panel the workhorse, the filmmaker workhorse in terms of like panel lights. And then the mix pads are a little bit thinner. They're not as durable, but they have all of the same effects. And so if you're like, you know, trying to save, having a mix pad with 20% off, that's crazy. So anyway, here are all the deals.
Yeah, those are some nice deals for the holidays.
I think so. Happy
You know,
holidays, everybody.
present for somebody else, present for yourself.
Present
yeah.
for me,
Yeah,
if you wanted to send something out.
yeah, for the tunnel shot. I like it.
There you go, exactly.
I think, let me see, I'm seeing one more last question from Robert. Since all lithium ion batteries are eventually fail, are they user replaceable?
Oh, that's an interesting question. You know, we haven't had many issues with the PavaTube C series. I don't necessarily think we have a means of replacing them in a simple way. Like you could always get something serviced or something like that. But they should last a while. I've had my PavaTube Cs for like 3 or 4 years now, I want to say, and I've never had any issues with the batteries. So I can't imagine the X having.
Okay, cool. Yeah, good answer. I'll end with a quote that I heard you say in the middle of the presentation, which I liked, which is, gaff tape fixes everything and haze makes everything better. So I like that one. I wrote it down. I learned a lot today.
Awesome.
And yeah, just really cool gear and really great shots and creative uses of the Nanlite. So the whole series, it was just a pleasure having you on, Kelly.
Oh, thanks, Max. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have about 3 more minutes left. So we'll transition over to Atomos in just a minute. And yes, if you have any last questions, feel free to put those into the chat. And Sam and Kelly might just stick around just for an extra minute or two,
Sure.
just to answer anything. And yeah, that was so fun. So
sure. I'll be in the chat, but before I go, I'm going to quote Robert, who left in the chat, "Haze hides the gaff tape." And I will leave you all with that.
Whoa, ponder that mystery. I love that.
Perfection. Thank you, Robert. All right, Max, thank you. I'll be in the chat if anyone has questions.
All right, thank you so much, Kelly.
Bye.
Thanks, Nanlite. All right, and so with that, I will do a 2-minute break graphic, and then we'll transition to Levi, unless he's actually already here. We could just go straight into it. Let's see, I'll put up that share screen for the moment. There we are. Actually, let's take a look at the schedule. I'll do that instead. Here we go. Yeah, so thanks to everybody for tuning in to IDP Day 1. It's been a lot of fun. We had light panels starting it off, followed by Canon and Nanlight, which you just saw with Kelly, about how to light horror scenes, which was a lot of fun, very creative. And then, yeah, coming up next will be with Levi Allen, how the Ninja 5 Plus expands your filmmaking toolkit. So yeah, get ready. And if you have any lingering questions for Nanlight, for Kelly, for Sam, feel free to use the chat. Well, that was the quickest break ever. Thanks, everyone. Let's see. So Levi is here. I see. Great. I see your screen over here. So welcome, everybody. The 4 o'clock session with Levi Allen, how the Ninja 5 Plus expands your filmmaking toolkit, sponsored by Atomos. So yeah, this has been a really fun day, lots of education. Yeah, here we are. Let me see, I still see that Kelly is highlighted for me, but I do see you, Levi. Let's see, I'll spotlight you for everyone. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome, Levi.
Right on, Max. It's great to be here. I'm doing very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Yeah, thanks for joining. I like the moody black background. It's, you know, keeping it focused.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble doing black backgrounds with the macro blocking through live streaming. It's always the details kind of get lost sometimes. So hopefully the image is coming through nice and clear.
It is nice and clear. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for joining us. It's been a really fun day, and yeah, I'm excited to hear more about the Ninja 5 Plus. You know, all that good 8K stuff, recording, the touchscreen. Yeah, I just want to, yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, everybody kind of has their eyes on the Ninja 5 Plus for filmmaking. So yeah, I'll let you take it away.
Right on. Thanks, Max. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Attendees, it's great to have you here. In the chat down below, I have it open on my screen. So if there's anything that you're curious about throughout this, I love the interaction. So if there's any specific thing that you're either intrigued by, want me to expand on more, that would be awesome. I'm here for you. So this is hopefully stuff that will bring value to you from wherever you're coming from with your filmmaking skill set, with the gear that you own, whatever you're aspiring to own. And I really do think that there's some practical ways that we can better pack out our kit for what we shoot with that will serve us for years to come. And certainly things that I wish that I had prioritized when I was earlier in my shooting career. So we're going to start with a quick little video, something that kind of showcases, it's a little 45-second thing that showcases some of the features of the Ninja 5 Plus. That's one of the pieces of kit that I'm pretty excited about these days, because it expands the way that I can shoot. And I'm hoping to leave you with some tips and tricks. So some little things that I picked up over the years from first ACs and stuff like that have made my life a lot easier when I'm filming. So let's get the audio of the video going, and I'll play that and then come right back. Right on. That's the Ninja 5 Plus. I got it a little clunky here with my setup, but this is the Ninja 5 Plus over here. And I'm going to walk through some of the basic setup stuff that I like. That's something that we're certainly going to address in this. And then I also want to kind of talk through basically my headspace of how to get the most use out of it. To give you some context about where we're coming out with this, I'm Levi. I'm assuming most of you have no idea who I am, and that's perfectly okay. I make adventure films and I do documentary filmmaking. That's kind of the two main things that I do. Adventure filmmaking, what does that mean? Well, basically that means that I film stuff outside and I make it up as I go along. And then documentary stuff, it's really similar in an aspect to that, but that is typically what I end up doing for client work. So the services that I offer with my production company are typically showing up with the camera, filming real life stuff go down, and turning that into some sort of documentary afterwards. At any point, if my audio isn't working, definitely let me know, because I've muted my mic before in one of these and that was not good.
Sounding good and clear.
Right on. That's good to hear. So this is a still from one of the projects that we shot this summer. That's me with my little camera there. Typically, I operate out of a backpack, carrying my stuff into the field. But one of the ways that I make money with the work that I do is also then not only shooting outside, but then doing your classic video production work, where you're kind of an all-in-one production house. So that means doing a studio day, filming something on a white cyc, or that means we're doing a music video. That's the ways that I make money. I'm not too picky specifically about the types of projects that I take on when it comes to actually generating income. And then I like using that income then to go shoot great things. So I'm pretty selective about the pieces of gear that I invest in personally. And I like investing in stuff that's going to expand the way I film and also last me for years. So some of my mistakes early on were changing my camera setup too often, or just wishing that I had a better camera. And then I realized things like lighting, things like your monitor tools, things like your camera grip equipment, like your tripods, those things carry you from camera to camera. So there's a lot of these things that I wish that I had prioritized earlier. And I'm going to explain just how revolutionary, at least for me, it was to suddenly have a bright monitor when we're filming outside, and the tools that I now rely on. So the setups that we use can look like a rigged up small mirrorless camera, where we're using a matte box, where we're using kind of your traditional tools like a top handle, a shotgun mic, monitor on top. And then it can also look like rigging it onto a gimbal. So there's the Canon R5 rigged up on the RS2. We've got the Polar Pro matte box on there. So those kind of two setups are the main setups that I'll use for production work when I'm freelancing, when I'm doing documentary work. So those are kind of my bread and butter setups right there. And I've got a fun trick for utilizing the RS2. As we get into things here, I want to start real fast with kind of a pro tip, at least for me, that's kind of changed the game for how I film. So I'm on my side angle here, and hopefully this will give you a bit of example of what I'm thinking of. So if you're unfamiliar, the Ninja, it's an incredible monitor. So as I tap at the back, so this is the front monitor. The monitor itself is the biggest reason why I enjoy using it. The high brightness, the exposure tools, the focus checking tools, those things are all the main reason why I use the monitor. But just this really incredible ability to also record into the monitor is a huge reason why these are a great investment across the cameras that you use. So if you're going to rent a camera for 5 days, if you're going to upgrade your setup, if you're going to have multiple cameras, the ability to get the best signal possible out of the camera into your monitor and record it is where these things really start to just kick it up a notch. And I must say I'm quite thrilled with Atomis for their vision with this stuff to actually bring it to life. So this is the Ninja, and maybe if you're like me, you have you have nightmares of that one moment where you accidentally formatted that one SD card, or maybe it was someone else on set and you can blame them for kind of messing that up on your behalf. So what I use for SSD management, because these are gold. So what you shoot goes onto these SSDs, an incredibly affordable format. So some of the first SSDs that I bought when I originally got my first Ninja, that's this one in this pocket here. Of course, I'm going to struggle with it as I'm trying to do this on camera. So this one right here, the 01, I don't know if that number's coming through, but this is the first one that I invested in. And as a recording format, it's now lasted me through 3 camera setups. So this is a 1 terabyte one right here. And the way that I like to manage these is when they're ready to go and we're allowed to film on them, this is what it looks like. So they go in the pockets that say ready to go. Throughout the day, when we've filled them up, recorded media on them, and we're ready to move into a new card, I drop them down to the full drives pouch. Now this is critical because everything in the full drives pouch doesn't get touched again. There's basic principles of media management that get used on set, and those degrade when you're out in the field and your communication with your second shooter. If you're running a small crew like I typically do, it's very easy to get flustered and to make mistakes. And it's just devastating when mistakes get made on set for moments that won't happen again in that way. It's one thing to have a studio lighting set up and maybe some card from some studio day gets messed up, but when you're actually out in the field and you're recording something at that beautiful light, it's just devastating to mess that up. And you don't want to be spending extra brain power when you're filming on those extra things, right? Like making sure, wait, did we record on this card? Are we good? All that extra energy spent on those things means that it's taking away from your ability to innovate your craft, be creative, and come up with new solutions. So this for me is a huge advantage for filming with recorded media onto SSDs, is having a system. You don't have to do it my way. My way is not going to work for everyone. Maybe you've got a Pelican case with some foam in it or something, but having a way to do it is something that's going to allow you to actually utilize shooting with a on-monitor recorder and actually not have it be more stressful. Because I think that's sometimes what people think when they're attaching stuff on top of their camera, that they're worried that it's going to make the workflow more stressful, and maybe they left their HDMI overlays on for one shoot and it just had HDMI stuff all over their recorded media and they were just devastated. I'm speaking on myself there. I've done that. So I just have little checklists. So on the back of my cameras, with the monitor flips out, I put a little screen printed label there that says "Are HDMI overlays on?" Is raw output on? Those kind of basic things. And a principle for me when I'm using a Ninja 5 Plus as a recorder is making sure that I'm also always recording inside the camera. I think that's a pretty cool use case to be able to utilize both. So coming back over here to set up stuff, another big thing that you're gonna be able to utilize is your batteries when you're filming. So I like to make sure that I'm aware when I'm shooting out in the field how far into my battery usage I am. So a lot of these L series batteries get used, pretty basic. When I put them in my storage pouch, if the battery terminals are facing up, that means the battery is dead. So based off this image here, I can immediately see that I've only got 2 batteries left in this pouch, or 3 rather, that are good to go. So if it's the back of a battery facing me inwards like that, I've decided that that means it's fully charged. So when I'm asking an assistant or a PA to go get me a battery, or if I'm personally getting a battery and it's dark and we're rushing and we're trying to get a shot, having this system here and being able to, with confidence, put a new battery on the Ninja 5 Plus, stuff like this just makes my life so happy. So this bag right here is from Tenba, and the other bag that I had was a panel wrap from Shimoda. So those are kind of 2 usability things that are fun, at least for me, because I like utilizing just effective workflows. And the more that you can get used to your way of doing things, the more it's going to allow you to kind of expand the way that you film. So I want to jump now just to what I love from the monitoring perspective. So I touched on the fact that I mainly use the Ninja across all the things I do. The thing that it's most helpful for me almost all the time is monitoring before we even get to the recording. So let's go to the side angle and we're going to punch this in. So right now I have it rigged up on the A7S III. That's my personal camera. We've used it on 6 different cameras this past shooting season. So, let's go like that. So Ninja 5 Plus, when I mount it on the camera, I want to mount it with tools that actually allow me to move the way I want to. So instead of, we've all been there where we're taking our monitor off a camera and putting it in a backpack and then putting it back on, it's just really frustrating. It can be exhausting. But if you actually have a quick tool to put it on and off, this is from Adamus as well. This is the Adamex monitor mount. And this is just I don't want to get too excited here because I have a tendency to get really excited about systems that work well for me, but this was such a nice change for me where I'm no longer fiddling with thumb screws on monitors. I think we've all been there where we're trying to like screw on the monitor below and then it twists and it's just a bit of a disaster. And I'm trying to move away from stuff like that and actually use tools that I enjoy. So having a good mount, worth its weight in gold. That's going to make your monitor using experience so much better. Having a good HDMI cord. So this one is from Zilla, Ziller, Z-I-L-R. I'm Canadian, so I do the Z, not the Z. These cables, they're the best HDMI cables I've ever used. They're small, tiny, and the connectors on them are really, really high quality. So let me hold that there so you can actually get a good image of it. And when we're zoomed out a little bit, what I like about it is they offer it in lots of different lengths. So here's my A7S setup, and the cord coming around is just nice and short. So if you have 5 or 6 different lengths, you can utilize it for different setups, and that is really beneficial. I have a mental checklist that I also have written down of things that I want to see before I actually start shooting with this setup. So for me, that's things like making sure that the raw output from the camera I'm filming with is actually turned on, the record trigger's turned on, the SSD's formatted correctly, the overlays aren't on. There's just a mental checklist to actually just go through every time to make sure that when you use this, it's going to go well. So SSD's in. I like triggering off the camera itself. So you hit the record button on camera and it triggers on both. So it starts recording internally on the A7S III and also starts recording on the Ninja 5 Plus. So why is this helpful as a monitor? This was a piece of advice that was given to me from a DP roughly around 2014. So I was younger than I am now, and I was just getting into actually filming things with mood in mind, actually trying to craft a shot with my camera that was unique, that told a story. Instead of just chasing a shallow depth of field, I was actually maturing as a filmmaker, and I was trying to learn, how do I do this better? And at the time I was using a Canon T2i, and I was struggling, mainly because the display is just so small. And so I don't know if how many of you have experienced this before, but you're filming something and you think, no, this angle isn't really working. And then when you get to the edit bay later, you're suddenly like, wait a second, I should have recorded on that shot way longer. That was working out way better than I thought it was. Or maybe there's some motion and framing happening in your shot that was unique and you couldn't quite see it on that small display. Or heaven forbid, you missed your focus, or you got your exposure wrong, or all the other things. So this DP was trying to give me some advice, and it was really helpful. And that was just invest in your own personal monitor that you can take to every camera that you use. So if you're getting hired to freelance somewhere, take your own monitor with you, loaded with your own settings. So that way, even if it is a new camera and you're just learning how to use it, you can have confidence. You can actually know, hey, we're doing this right. That confidence is really key, I think, to not overshooting, to not just spraying and praying, and actually getting shots that you're really proud of. So that way, when you get to the edit bay, you know you did a good job. So getting a monitor, loading on some LUTs, amazing. Such a good thing to do, especially when we're shooting in these log picture profiles, where what you see on the back of the camera, even with the view assist sometimes, is just not what you, not necessarily confidence inspiring. So I love loading LUTs onto the monitor. The Ninja 5 Plus makes it incredibly easy to do that. So you just put them on the SSD. And when you come into here, you get, so from the user interface here, it's just touch. So you can tap onto the monitor options there, hit the little settings button, and you can go to LUTs. So you've got 8 different bays that you can load in with specific LUTs for the creative look that you're going for. So for me, I shoot a lot with the Canons, the Sonys, and occasionally there's some Nikon in there a little bit. And so I have specific LUTs for those different camera systems that I'll utilize for those shooting days, all loaded up into the different slots there. So when we're on the actual monitoring mode, you get these options from Atomis. And so the text isn't quite readable for you over this live stream, but you can select the LUT viewing. You can select PQ, native, Rec 709, or HLG. My favorite viewing mode, besides using a LUT, the LUT really for me helps give the image mood. So if you're exposing the image on location and what you see on the back of the monitor, if you're exposing, let's say, if you're exposing a stopper or so above, depending on what picture profile you're recording in, sometimes there's best practices for where you want the noise floor. If you're recording that image up, what you see on the monitor sometimes is a little discouraging because it's not as moody maybe as you want. Maybe it doesn't look as cinematic even, if we dare use that word in a heretical way. So LUT viewing helps you have loaded on a way to transform that down so that way it actually looks what you intend. So if you have, let's say you want to print down the exposure 2 stops, which basically means you take the image that the camera sees and you want to darken it globally by 2 stops, you can have a LUT that will do that loaded in. And those LUTs are very easy to make. You can make them in Lightroom. You can make them in all sorts of different applications. So, and you can even buy them. So inside the monitor, besides LUT being my kind of favorite mood checking, PQ is my all-time favorite viewing mode. And the reason for this is that if we're doing a log image, which a lot of us are recording in these days. Even if you're recording internally to 10-bit, that's great. But that log image, all of those brightness values, you're not going to see that on the back of your display. I don't know the range of spread that we get in our different S-log and C-log profiles, but it's a lot of lumens, a lot of nits that you're getting across that. And I might be shooting myself in the foot here because I sometimes learn words that I'm not always good at explaining exactly what's going on with them. So I don't want to overstep my bounds here. I'm a pretty simple guy. And what I know is that log picture profiles, viewing them on the monitor of the back of the camera, you're not getting an accurate display of the brightness values across what you're recording. What that means for me is I don't know if I'm blowing out my highlights. PQ, what it does is it takes the log image right from the camera. If you're recording in RAW, it's taking that full 12-bit or whatever's coming out of your camera over SDI, whatever's going on, it's taking that and it's displaying it across all the values of brightness on the NinjaV Plus. So what you see on the monitor is what you're going to get in your recorded file. This is just amazing for me. So that means when I'm in a sunny situation, what I see on the monitor, if there's data on the image, I'm actually getting that in my file. So if you're running fast, if you're filming quickly and you're suddenly panicking because you're not keeping as close of an eye on that waveform, you can be confident if you look at the monitor and the image looks good in PQ, it's going to look good. Now, of course, if you're trying to squeeze that absolute highest end of fidelity out of your image, pulling up the waveform is a really responsible thing to do. So you've got built-in waveform, and of course I'm filming against a black wall, which isn't that ideal. Maybe if I rotate I think I could do a little trickery here. So let's do some rotating. So I've got some rotation going on. Let's get a refocus going right there. Okay. So as you'll see, we're going to change our waveform settings. So let's go over to waveform. Let's make it full size. So we've got a waveform now that's massive, and you can change its orientation on the screen. So I'm not suggesting that you keep the waveform up this bright all the time.
Levi, it's still a little bit blurry. If you could get it, just
yeah.
Thank you. Great info, by the way.
Is that a little better?
Yes. Yeah, we can see that now. Thank you.
Sweet. Thanks for that. I thought I had it and I bumped it. Okay. Right. So now I need to not move that. Okay. So waveform here. I'm going to read these values out. So we're seeing the IRE scale on the side. I just tapped it to change its size. The IRE value up there is we got 12, 0, and then 1600. So this isn't the IRE scale that you see when you're finishing in Rec 709. So if you're in Premiere, DaVinci, Final Cut, and you have your scopes open or your waveform open and you're looking at the brightness values, I don't know why I said scopes there, I meant waveform. If you're seeing your waveform and you're finishing in Rec 709, typically that's going to be 0 to 100, right? Well, when you're viewing in PQ and you're getting that signal straight from the camera onto the monitor, you're actually getting a waveform that's the true brightness values of the full spectrum of what you're recording. So the second that you peak out over 1600 IRE, I believe that's IRE. I might be wrong on that. Maybe it's nits. I don't know the proper term for that scale there. If you peak off the top there, you know that data's gone. So we've been learning, especially those of us who are a little bit slower to figure out how to get the best image quality possible. There's the pixel peepers out there that filter down the information to us mere mortals. And what we've been learning is that having the image not exposed down in the waveform. So if it's super low like it is here, that's a higher likelihood of having a higher noise pattern, basically just more noise present. So if you want the cleanest image, we've been learning that getting the image up out of the noise floor to the higher brightness values towards that upper end of the waveform, that's going to get you the cleanest image and also save and preserve the details in the shadows without basically over introducing noise into the image. So it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting the way that works, where just by changing the way that you expose your image, you can end up with a cleaner image afterwards. And that's where things like, we haven't even touched on the record formats, but when you're recording in RAW, you want the best fidelity possible. And if that's your goal, using the waveform tool to actually make sure that your image is exposed in the correct spectrum of the image is going to be amazing. And I love things like false color as well. So when I'm exposing things for interviews, obviously this isn't an interview here, so let's turn off the waveform. False color is going to give you the spectrum of brightness values in the scene. So right now, this is a great example of what I don't want. And in that previous lighting session, talking about shaping the light and actually getting a mood into your image, the mood of this image isn't fantastic, and it's just really flat and boring. So unless that's what you're going for. So what I do when I set up interview shots is that I like my skin tones to end up around 44 to 47. So that's what I set my key at for an interview. That's what I did with this light here on my face. And then if you want the background maybe a stop darker than the key light on the face, then you can easily do that with false color. So that's another trick I learned was if there's a show that you really like the cinematography in it, run your your viewing experience through a monitor like this beside the show. So if you've got your laptop open or whatever, take a feed out of your laptop into your NinjaV Plus or something like that, and actually view it in false color next to the show. And you can start to think like a DP, because I'm not a DP. I'm just a shooter, owner, operator that's trying to get the best images possible. And so if you're trying to learn how to think like a DP, actually look at the way that the finished show has their exposure values through the scene. And obviously, when you go and film it yourself, it hasn't gone through post. So the color and the luminance values are going to change from shooting on location versus viewing a show through the monitor. But this is just helpful, right? Because it lets you know that when you see those brightness values difference, when you go from drama, when you go from horror, when you go from documentary, actually getting a taste for what that looks like on a false color monitor is really exciting. So PQ, that's my most used viewing mode, and it is essentially the biggest reason, in my opinion, to invest in a bright monitor. So the NinjaV Plus is 1000 nits. It's the same display that's in the NinjaV. And having that bright monitor on location, I'm just all about that. So another tool that I use all the time is the 1-to-1 punch in. So when you're on a 4K camera, I constantly, when I'm filming, I'm just constantly tapping that in to do my focus checks. Not every camera manufacturer on the back lets you punch into focus 1-to-1 while you're recording. So the ability to actually see, are we tack sharp focus or not? That ability while you're recording without canceling your record clip is amazing. Like, that's such a useful trick. So that's what I'm using most often is 1-to-1. I turn on focus peaking, and then right now I don't need focus peaking on, but those are the main tools that I'm using all the time when I'm using NinjaV Plus. I'm going to turn this back around. And what's exciting about monitor recorders, in my opinion, is that it's not just a monitor. So I would say sometimes even 70-80% of the time I record a lot. So we run a YouTube channel, we're recording educational content, we're recording stuff constantly. And sometimes something in the back of my mind is, file size. So the beauty about something like a NinjaV Plus is that you can choose different recording formats from your camera. So you can do H.265. If you want the smallest file size possible, you can do H.265. That's going to get you a fantastic image on the SSD, really easy to use, just immediately import into your computer and you're ready to go. You want to use ProRes, great, get a nice lossless image. You want to use ProRes RAW, okay, now we're talking, and we get some white balance changes in post, all just built right in your editor if it has that capability. And that's really exciting for me. So I don't need to be using all those tools all the time, where occasionally I'll get gigs where I'll just shoot for a day, get paid $1,000 to show up with my equipment, shoot for 6 hours, record in ProRes RAW, hand off that SSD. I'll do that any day of the week, right? If I can show up with my own camera kit and just do a great job filming and pass off that media, my value added in that scenario is just having a solid kit that I personally own that I can easily be an addition to other small production companies, because there's a lot of people out there that are owner operators of their small studios. And if you're on their radar as an owner operator as well, you can work with each other to help do larger projects. And a big part of that is having tools in your kit that are actually useful for the production as well. So I've gotten jobs where, it's a big reason why I got the job is because I actually have my own cameras and equipment. And no, you don't necessarily need those larger, more cine focused cameras to be able to get some of those gigs. And the cool thing about a tool like this is that for me, it translates between my rented cameras and my owned cameras. So when I go out and I rent a cinema camera, this is going to still be useful for me because I'm very familiar with how the monitoring tools work. And that's critical because then I can trust the images that I'm capturing. So that's kind of some of the features that I use a lot. My SSD preferences, that is Adamus on their website, they update it as quick as they can confirm that they're actually capable, because as you can imagine, there's a ton of different SSD brands out there. If I'm recording in RAW, the one SSD brand that I've really had great luck with is from Crucial, and that's the MX500. So that's, let me switch to my, I am showing the side angle here. So the Crucial MX500, that's the one that I use a bunch. And it's mainly a cost thing, right? So I'm trying to find the best cost to value ratio. And on Atomis's website, they have a section where they show which SSDs are confirmed. They actually bought the SSD and did their own tests internally to do that. Because the problem is sometimes the manufacturer will have a peak performance stat on the listing, and what you need is sustained performance, right? So when you're writing to the file, when you're writing to the SSD in RAW, you actually need it to be able to sustain right at those speeds. So I think it's right around 500 megabits is kind of the goal. Don't quote me on that. That's kind of the sweet spot where you're actually going to be able to do all the formats, and the formats are utilized to actually take advantage of the SSD technology. My favorite ones in form factor are the Atom X mini ones. Angelbird makes these. These are a little bit more costly, but the build quality of these is just phenomenal, and they're nice and tiny. So this fits right in behind like this, and boom. It's just such a nice clean look. And I've had 2 of these Angelbird minis since the original Ninja 5. I used the Ninja 5 originally a lot with the GH5 recording in 4K 60 10-bit. That was kind of the game changer for me. And then now, as I've kind of moved my personal kit now to the A7S III, being able to do 4K RAW, it's pretty exciting. I don't know, maybe you're like me and you've keep up with all the camera updates and stuff. And it's just so exciting to me that we have small cameras that we can put in a backpack, that we can have 3 or 4 lenses with, that we can have all the power, all the media in one bag that you can then take and film with. And that for me is kind of a game changer for the way that I film. And then having those investments into pieces of kit also be useful when you're filming other things. So when you actually rent a camera, because you don't want to be limited to just one shooting scenario. You don't want to invest in all this kit that only works with one setup, because that's not very adaptable or functional. Hopefully this is somewhat interesting to you. I kind of digressed there a little bit on some of that stuff, but that's some of the reasons, at least for me, when I'm out shooting and I'm doing doc stuff, I tuck the camera into my body. Let's do a body camera. I hold the camera up close to my body like this, and I tilt the monitor down, and I film like this a lot. So I'm a huge fan of top mounted monitors, and then I'll sometimes do my shotgun mic right next to it. So I'm shooting like this all the time. And if I'm asking questions of the people that are on camera, my eye line with them, I'm trying to get a good eye line with them, so that way I know like I'm getting the emotion out of the subject on camera that I need. But then I'm doing quick glances down to my monitor constantly, and being able to have that large size there in your periphery. If you know you have good focus, you can hold that framing while making eye contact with someone and not make them feel like they're on camera. Because especially when you're doing doc stuff, most of the people you're filming aren't used to being filmed, and you want natural reactions out of them. And for me, I work very hard to get people to a point where they forget they're on camera, where they just feel like they're having a moment with me. And that is my favorite things that I've captured. My documentary Untethered is a film about Spencer, who does slacklining, where you balance on a rope in between trees. And then he also does it in between cliffs, where you've got a leash and a harness on. And so if you fall, you kind of bounce like a rag doll. And then occasionally Spencer takes his harness off and walks these tight ropes in between cliffs with no fall protection. So if he slips and he doesn't catch the line, it's over. And to be filming that is a very intense thing. And you want to be able to get these shots and know that you got them and not be second guessing. So having a large monitor is so helpful. But then also when you're talking to Spencer right after a moment like that, you really want to be able to have a connected moment with him that feels sincere, that feels authentic, and isn't you just staring at your camera. We don't always have the benefit of having a director on set with us as we're filming these self-funded projects. And so if you don't have someone else that's working on interacting with the person on camera, you need to do that. And so I highly value small shooting kits that allow me to make the person eventually feel like they're not on camera at all. And that means I need to be able to be confident that my image is framed well, recorded at the right exposure, and I'm actually getting the shot so that way I can do my thing as a storyteller. That's pretty exciting. Okay, we've talked about SSD tricks, we've talked about battery tricks, we've talked about HDMI cables. We've addressed my favorite filming mode, which is PQ, tap into focus waveforms. The level on top of all that we've kind of skirted around is the ability to record from your camera. So that's just massive, right? The investment into a monitor, especially one like the Ninja 5 Plus, that is an investment. but being able to record in high frame rates, that's essentially kind of what the upgrade to the Ninja 5 Plus allows you to do, is to be able to record in the 8K, the high frame rate. So I believe 4K 120 is possible in RAW into there from the right camera setups, and that's pretty cool. So I want to talk about audio now. So this is kind of something that gets skipped over a lot. So I want to bring up some pictures here and just kind of talk through some of these picture setups real quick before I get onto audio. Any questions coming in, feel free to drop them in and I'll address them here in a moment. So one of the ways that I like using my setup, especially when I'm filming on a Ronin, is I like doing the Raven Eye. So this is just a little HDMI transmitter from DJI. They sell it in a kit with the RS2. I bought that when it came out. And what I love about the Raven Eye is that you can mount it on top of the Ninja, run it from the out port of the Ninja. So you can be taking the signal from the Ninja, putting it into the Raven Eye, and this will wirelessly transmit to an iPad. So where that becomes really useful, when you're filming with a Ronin and you're doing anything that requires a moving anything. So in the instance of this shot here, we're filming on a boat and we want to be able to coordinate the shots of the kayakers with the position of the boat. So having the operator of the boat actually have the iPad where they're seeing my camera angle, that is critical. So this is kind of my go-to favorite setup, where even as a two-person crew, you can be operating a side-by-side, a quad, a vehicle, doing kind of any of those controlled movements where you're holding the Ronin and you want to be able to make sure you're coordinating with the person operating the way you're moving. Then being able to see the shot is so stinking helpful. Being able to have a confidence monitor if you're doing a doors off helicopter flight. I think some people don't realize how inexpensive a helicopter tour can be. And so you don't need to do the $10,000 day to get a cinema rig outside of an actual cinema capable helicopter. You can do a doors off flight, sometimes for as cheap as $500, $1,000, and get a lot of incredible footage from within the helicopter shooting out. And that's one of my favorite things to do, because you can get incredible 8K images from a handheld camera on a Ronin, and then use the wireless transmitter to show the image to the helicopter pilot. And that's pretty exciting. So moving along here, this is image of that setup. So you can see in the bottom corner of that Ronin rig that I've got the Raven Eye attached there. And then this is the other configuration that I use all the time. And I want to call out something in that image that you can see is there's an expansion module that we're going to touch on here next for audio. And something else that's really nifty about the whole Adamus ecosystem is that the whole world works together, right? So from post-production to shooting, you're actually having similar focus and exposure tools that are going to be useful to you. So this is the Neon. And I like when we are working with talent to actually load up images from the SSD into the Neon and actually show them what we're capturing. So that way they know, hey, maybe this Levi guy is actually getting some unique shots, even though his methods of getting them are maybe a little unconventional. So I like the way that the whole world of Adamus products work well together. So that way you can just move, you can rent additional Shoguns, you can grab additional gear, and actually have a confidence that it's going to behave similarly to all the other stuff you've used. So let's address this right here, the audio module, the sync module. So what's neat about a Ninja 5 Plus and a Ninja 5 is that you can expand it to use it however you want. So this is an example of an expansion module, and this is the sync expansion module. So in here, it's got I don't know the exact, maybe I should have pulled up the display, the specs of this thing, but it's got a crystal in it that helps it keep time. So anybody who doesn't have experience with time code, sometimes you're not always aware of what makes timecode special and what the technology that allows you to actually have recording devices that are in sync together. Basically anything that doesn't have a quartz in it or a crystal for keeping time won't actually keep time together within the variance that you need to have things sync up easily in post. So anything that you just turn on with a battery, unless it's talking to satellites, it's not going to be accurate with time unless you're telling it what time it is. Introducing sync module. So this goes on the back of the Ninja 5 Plus. And what this allows you to do is network multiple Ninja 5s together and having them all bake time code into your file. So those multicam shoots where you're having to jam sync time code, no more. You don't got to do that anymore. What you can do is just put the sync module on, and then you can network all of the Ninja 5s together, have one of them be the server, so it's going to push out the time code to all the other Ninjas. And if that main server Ninja just stays powered on, you won't ever have any time code drift no matter what gets turned off or repowered or recycled. And if you've worked with any timecode stuff before, that's amazing. So sometimes we don't always have the ability to have a sound person on set, and that's a shame because sound people are such a gift. But if you're doing your own sound, or even if you do have a sound person, being able to have the timecode baked into the file that you're working with, that is so stinking helpful. So for those who are new to timecode, let me explain what that then means for you. So let's say you have multiple cameras and you're filming a documentary scenario, and you've got different mics on different cameras, and you've got recorders on talent. When you go to edit that stuff, lining it up, you don't want to be using an audio sync tool to try and line up multiple tracks from multiple angles where the cameras are in different spots, because sometimes what they're picking up audio wise isn't even the same. So let's say you're running a gimbal camera and you don't have good microphones on it, but you've got a camera with a stereo mic that's recording into a Ninja 5 Plus, and you've got a Ninja 5 Plus on your Ronin. So what you can then do is steal that amazing audio from the camera that's on a tripod and use it for your shots where you're on the Ronin. So that way, if you're filming a mountain bike or go down a trail, you get the audio from the best location, and you get the 2 video shots all synced up on your timeline. Because let's just be honest, oftentimes we're a little bit lazy and we don't want to do all the work to find the best audio stuff. But if it just inside of your editor, if you can just do a timecode sync, it's all right there anyways. So this is kind of something that blew my mind this year. And that is, you can expand that a level further. This is the Zoom F2 BT. So 32-bit float audio, the best thing to ever happen to audio, in my opinion. If you're new to 32-bit float, basically, essentially what that means is you don't have to set your audio levels. And if something gets really loud, it's not going to peak out in your audio file. And if something gets really soft and you want to boost the gain later, it's not going to introduce all this noise. It might be a little bit heretical to say, but it's kind of like raw audio for a pocket recorder. And that for me is awesome, because I despise when my audio gets messed up. So this little recorder right here, you can run a mic into it, hit record on it, and you're going. So you're getting 32-bit float audio. That's great. So awesome. You've got this big, long audio file. How do you then sync that up with your camera if the audio in the camera isn't the same and you can't use those audio sync tools? Well, this is a Bluetooth version. So you can Bluetooth this to the timecode sync technology that Atomos has integrated into their tools. So you can have one Ninja 5 Plus. You can have one Ninja 5 Plus as the main, as your main server. So the server essentially will be what's holding timecode for everything else. And then you can use timecode systems Bluetooth sync to sync to a Zoom. And when you hit record on the Zoom, it's going to print that timecode into the header of the file. So what that then means is all of your files that are recorded with the Ninja 5 Plus throughout the day, you can easily sync up with the 32-bit float from this. So taking this a step further, multiple Zoom Bluetooth recorders, get them recording on your talent, on yourself. If you've got BTS going, get these going. You have multiple cameras going throughout the day, 3-4 cameras. You've got, a sound devices Mix Pre 3 that's doing audio, and you're running an ultra sync to timecode jam it. So now you've got about 6 different sources. And if you're like me and you edit your own stuff, you're probably thinking, oh gosh, that's going to be a nightmare. How am I going to sync all of that up? How am I going to best utilize this media? Especially if you're recording in high res formats, you're worried about, that many layers of video. And this is where things like ProRes RAW really shine, where you can have multiple feeds of ProRes RAW on top of each other with audio sources all right there, timecode all synced up in your editor, ready for you to shape it into whatever you want it to be. And that's pretty cool in my opinion. You can do something else where you can trigger multiple cameras. So this camera here can trigger the recording of other cameras. If you're doing a multicam music video, if you're doing a multicam live thing, you could use this one camera. When you hit record on it, all the other Ninjas will start recording. That's just stinking cool. And this is an aspect of the ecosystem that I don't see get enough talked about. And it's something that I've only just been utilizing more this year, and it's been changing the way that I think about audio. And it's something that I'm very excited about. Did you say the device is a Zoom brand? Can you be more specific so I can find it on the web? It is Zoom, so that's the brand, and it's F2 BT. So there's 2 models of it. One is non-Bluetooth and one is with Bluetooth. So I'll pull it up on the side angle here so you can hopefully see it. So there it is, Zoom F2 Bluetooth. Yeah, right like that. So they're getting better constantly with the firmware on these things. So one of the negatives of the Zoom ones is that their ability to do IXML metadata is limited. So IXML is the ability to basically add a bunch of additional tags into the file, so that way when you're in post, you can have information about it, like your scenes, your cameras. There's additional info that's really helpful for audio files that, unfortunately, unless Zoom adds that functionality to their app, it's not quite there. And there's some other things where you can only Bluetooth to one device at a time, so you can't Bluetooth to your phone and to timecode sync at the same time. But when it's working for timecode, and you've got it set up for that, so you've got the Zoom and you've got it synced to a timecode devices blue. I think it's literally called the timecode devices blue. When those two are paired together and on your network of timecode, you'll see the lights on them flash at the same time, and that's how you know you're on the same timecode. And when you hit record, that gets printed into the file. You can use apps like Tentacle has a bunch of Tentacle Sync has an app called, I think, Tentacle Studio. What's the name of that? It's Tentacle Sync Studio. And that's a cool tool which actually replaces the audio of the camera with the audio from recorders. So it makes it behave like, when you have like a C200 and you import that video file and it's got the expandable wave. So when you open up that wave file, it's got 4 tracks in there. It's similar to that. So there's additional functionality coming all the time to timecode tools, and it's an exciting time. And there's no one that I know that's doing timecode embedding into the monitor itself while you're recording and being the server to push out to all your devices over wireless. Like that, to me, actually makes timecode usable, because if it's more complicated, I'm just not going to do it, because it means it's probably going to get messed up. Wonderful. I'm going to look at some of the questions here and see what you all have been talking about. If you have more questions for me, I'm happy to answer them in regards to anything to do with adventure filmmaking. I just love this stuff, and hopefully this has been somewhat helpful for wherever you're at. So
absolutely. Yeah, I just want to give you a break to get like a sip of water or something. You've been going a mile a minute. I love your passion for all of this gear and how it's everyday use. And your preferences, it's all really great stuff. Feel free to go through the questions. We have some in the chat. There's a few on the Q&A modules. And for anybody who might have been tuning in late, these are all going to be available on the B&H YouTube channel as well. So keep that in mind.
For sure.
Actually, I have a question before we get into the attendees question.
Let's do it.
When you're saying that you love to film kind of with the gear right in your hand, kind of looking down at that angled monitor back up at you to keep things natural and kind of not too like scary for your subjects. So when you're doing that, are you on a tripod? Or are you just all handheld? Or
that's a great question. When I do my interviews for doc stuff, I'll do the classic framing where I'll basically, if I'm the interview subject, I'll long weight the frame so that way the camera's there, and I'll just sit myself to the side of the camera on a tripod and do that. I don't tend to get crazy creative with my interview angles, and so that's typically when I'd use a tripod. If it's someone who's experienced being on camera and we're doing kind of an informational piece, like I've done some videos in the health sector for awareness about different things, and doing those down the lens can be very helpful. So hopefully the person has some experience with that, but I'll like stand right behind the camera and try to give them an eye line to look through. For 90% of the doc stuff I do, I'm running around following people just do what they do in life. And so sometimes that's artists that are carving, sometimes that's athletes that are either running or something like that. And so I'll just hold the camera myself without using a tripod. And I kind of like that natural handheld feel to a shot, especially with a wide angle. There's something about when you're on full frame and you're at 24 millimeters, there's something about that perspective, especially when cut into the doc format, when done well, can make it feel like you're actually, as the viewer, there with the person that's being talked to. And so if you get all those elements right, even if the talent's eye line isn't directly down the lens, but kind of over top of the camera to me, the filmmaker, that experience of kind of being there and present is often what I'm going for in a doc sense, which you're not like in traditional narrative stuff, you're not always going for that feeling, right? You don't want it to feel like you're standing, you're not always trying to create that kind of visual feel. So that's what I do. I hold it most of the time. So that way,
I love that.
Yeah, I'm really, and one thing that I do as well is, like, let's say I have a really nice shot lined up for an action item. Like, let's say someone's about to take their bag out of a truck and we're going to go on a hike. I'll find a frame that I really like, and I like doing that gentle movement back and forth, especially with stabilized lenses and sensors. It can kind of have a slider-esque feeling to it. And I'll find a frame that I like, and I'll repeat it multiple times until the action item happens in the way that's basically got that extra sparkle to it. So if two people are having a conversation, I'll find a shot just over their shoulder floating until someone's emotive and has an expression. And being able to see that on a monitor gives me a sense better of what their eyes are doing. So especially when someone lights up in response to what someone else said, I like those moments cut into my B-roll where they're actually emotive and have some energy in them. And sometimes I can just miss those or way overshoot something when I got it 5 shots previous. So that's kind of my headspace there.
Nice insider info. I like that. And yeah, the handheld thing goes along with your journey sort of genre. So I love that. And also, yeah, you're using the Ronin for if you need that super stability. And
yeah,
it's
the
cool to
RS2,
see.
the RS2 comes in a package that I got from B&H that has the Raven. I can't remember the exact name that has the full package, but that's what's got the Raven Eye with it. And that is so awesome. I use so someone else had asked what camera is my favorite to use right now. My personal kit's the A7S III. And the big reason for that is a lot of what I film also is YouTube stuff. So I was a GH5 shooter from its launch till the A7S III, mainly because the internal stabilization, and both these cameras here are actually GH5s as well. The main reason why I like the GH5 is because the stabilized sensor is amazing. The image fidelity is incredible. It can cut in next to red, no problem. And the form factor for recording 4K 60 for me was vital. So with the adventure stuff I do, having 60 frames per second is really critical. And there wasn't many other cameras out there that came in this package that had 4K 60 in the way that the GH5 did, in my opinion, really until the A7S III kind of took that and then kicked it up a notch. So I'm kind of a little impartial versus crop to full frame. There's great reasons for both. I really do like crop sensors, especially because it can keep your package smaller. So when I film with A7S III, let's go to this angle and then focus out. When I film with A7S III, I specifically have done lens choices that allow me to keep the kit small. So for example, instead of running like massive cine lenses, I'm running this lens right here for my wide angle prime. And this is a 20 millimeter 1.8. So this is smaller than the 24 millimeter. This is smaller than a 35 millimeter. And because it's the 1.8, not 1.4, that's going to be a smaller form factor. So as someone who has to carry in a lot of my equipment, I've made the decision that I want to be able to take more lenses that are lighter. I actually have a video on my YouTube channel about that. So if you just search best lenses for shooting full frame video, Levi Allen, I did a full video walking through why I chose the lenses I do to get the most well-rounded coverage. Because we can get into this headspace where we go, okay, I need the 35, the 24, the 85, the 50, and suddenly you're out in the field and you're trying to change between those lenses and you're realizing this is a little bit ridiculous. I'm just going to stick to one lens, and that ends up going the best. And so taking 6 lenses sometimes that are primes can end up being a hindrance because you're wasting time changing lenses and not thinking more about what kind of feel you're trying to create in your shots. So my general advice when people ask like, hey, what kind of lenses should I get? I love finding a zoom that gets the coverage, like the type of shots from a coverage standpoint. So without worrying about aesthetics, a lens that will get you the wides and the tights in the same lens. That is, I think, critical for doc work. And then finding prime lenses to sprinkle in there or specialty lenses. So a zoom lens that covers a lot of range. So from wide to tight on a full frame, that would be from 24 to 70. That's why that's the go-to kit lens. Sure. I really like 24 to 105. That extra bit of tightness is just, I really like that. And then adding in a prime lens to get you those specialty shots where you got more of the shallow depth of field, the better sharpness, maybe more macro. So I really like the 55 1.8, which is a tiny little lens. And this same headspace goes through all the camera systems that I shoot with. So on the GH5, that was the 12 millimeter 1.4. That behaved like my 20 millimeter 1.8 on the full frame systems. And then even across Nikons and things like that. I heavily utilize autofocus, and this is hilarious to me because I used to scoff. I used to think that I was maybe a better filmer because I didn't use autofocus. And then once the kind of the maturing of it as a feature set, and it looks more natural now than it ever has before, the ability to lock onto subject matter just by tapping on the screen really is a game changer, especially when shooting at shallow depth of field in low light scenarios and stuff like that. So
Definitely. Actually, there's a relevant question about that.
Yeah.
Victoria's asking, using a Canon lens on the A7S III, what about autofocus for that? Have you ever
there's
Yeah.
I'm losing does Metabones makes an adapter that's
Metabones, Sigma, the MC11. Yep.
Yeah, those, in my personal experience, those can work for push button focus for stills. So if you have subject matter that's not moving rapidly, I've had the best experience just using them as push button, so you're not trying to track a subject towards you. Not that those lenses can't do that, but you're just at a slight disadvantage using non-native mount glass for the best autofocus possible.
Yeah.
So if someone wants the best autofocus possible, especially with video, it's really hard to get natural feeling focus once you start adding all these other elements. But that's not to mean that there isn't combinations that work amazing. So I tend to stay with one camera system for 3 to 5 years. And so my previous system was the GH5, and now I've moved over to the Sony ecosystem as my personal kit. And what I mean by personal kit is the stuff that I actually invest in and own and don't just rent. So I'm kind of camera agnostic, where I'll rent whatever is possible for the job that's going to best suit that, because these are tools that we're talking about here. So for personal kit, I use native mount because the autofocus is improved. And that was painful because I had invested in a lot of EF mount glass.
True.
And another lens question there was, someone was saying, wouldn't you want a tighter lens for wildlife shots? Certainly. And that's kind of the challenge that I face when I take my personal kit out right now, is that I don't have the 70-200 and I don't have the 100-400. So typically I've rented those. I'm torn right now between the 70-200 and the 100-400 as lens options, because the 70-200 across all full frame options is such an amazing stills lens, and the compression that you can capture with that lens is incredible. But that extra reach with 100-400 is really helpful. And so I'm kind of like, I go back and forth sometimes of which one I will rent. The 100-400 was a favorite of mine for a long time, but using a multiplier with the 70-200 is also pretty fantastic. Main thing is just investment. So zoom lenses that are high quality are an investment, and so I have to make strategic choices about stuff that I invest in, because I want to be able to make sure that I'm making a decent profit with the video that we do as well. And the renting sometimes offsets kind of those discrepancies in lens setup.
I do like the point that you made before about actually purchasing the Atomos 5 Plus, Ninja 5 Plus, because you can have the same monitor with your same preferences, same presets. You have it all set up so you can go from brand to brand, from lens to lens, and you know what you're getting, instead of kind of renting that. So I think that was a very smart tip. I actually haven't heard people mention that before.
Yeah, and I owe that all back to Ryan Booth, who's a DP who I've looked up to a long time, and he's now a director. And that advice of controlling the factors that will end up with an image that you like at the end of the day, controlling the stuff you can control in a way that's reliable and repeatable, especially when you're getting thrown into these new scenarios all the time. Walking in and especially when you're new to the cinematography game and you're using someone else's kit, that can be a very intimidating thing. And you want the confidence that you're getting the coverage right. And so obviously this is an Adamus sponsored session, but whatever tools that you invest in, trying to think from a high level view, once you got the bases covered, thinking of stuff that will actually carry you through your camera setups is a really smart thing to do as an owner operator, because the tendency sometimes can be to accidentally overinvest in stuff that we think will make an impact, but it's actually like, I mean, I'm so guilty of just dreaming after upgrading pieces of equipment that won't actually change the quality of my work.
It's easy to do. Yeah.
It's so easy to do. And I'm guilty of this. So especially a theme for me recently is just making sure that I'm investing in quality audio equipment and lighting modifiers alongside all the other gear that I've already invested in, because I looked at my kit and I realized, I don't have all the kits for modifying lighting in the way that would be most useful to me. And I've got some great lenses. I've got great cameras, great monitors. And in my audio kit, I'm also lacking. So let's prioritize investing in those two areas before maybe I buy that 70 to 200, because I think that will make the biggest net difference for the quality of my work and my skill set as a film. Because I think that's what's so exciting about being an owner operator, small production company, is that we really like this because of the tech side. So we like the gear, and then we also like being able to do something that's new and challenging. So that's why new gear is exciting, because it's a new thing to learn. But pairing that new equipment along with actually trying to expand a skill set is awesome. So, I mean, RGB lighting tubes, what a fantastic toolkit piece of equipment to have in your toolkit. And the ways that your brain starts thinking about how to utilize that is different than just a solid single source key light. So now your brain is now being creative in a different way because you're actually expanding the way that you think as a filmer. And I love that. That's what makes this so exciting. And we're definitely at the best time ever to be owner operator, like edging into that high-end professional world with a smaller kit without needing to go absolutely crazy and borrow money against a house or something like that to do it. Like you can get into this in a very reasonable fashion if you're deliberate.
Yeah, and we were dropping some of those great links that you were mentioning before. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Lots of cool stuff. I think I got the HDMI cable right. Can you mention, what was the name of that one more time? It started with a
Ziller.
Z. Okay.
Yeah, ZILR.
That's the one that I dropped. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. And technically we're on the hour, but
okay.
I think there's a lot of passion in the room, and I love the way you speak about things. So if you don't mind going a little bit over, I'm okay with it too. You're the last session, so feel free to stick around, or we can get the last few questions.
For sure.
Okay, cool.
I see one here that says, what backpack is best for adventure filmmaking? This is another thing that kind of comes down to what your needs are and how you want to shoot. For me, I think it's unquestionably the Shimoda ecosystem, primarily because the designer behind it, Ian, I have to admit that I've become friends with Ian, so that's a factor here. But he's a shooter as well, so he actually goes into the mountains and films. So there's kind of different categories, like if you're a landscape shooter, if you're a travel shooter, or if you're a mountain access shooter. Specifically in the mountain access, where you're hiking and you're spending multiple days out there, it's really hard to come close to what Shimoda does in their systems. There's other great bags out there, don't get me wrong, other bags that Ian has designed for other companies in the past. But specifically the way that Shimoda allows you to adapt between your shooting scenarios and protect your equipment, I'm a really big fan. If you don't need the most aggressive mountain access stuff, they have the Explore series, which is kind of more of that travel line, landscape line. And then also just head over to B&H and go to the backpack tab and lust after all the different gear in there. For cinema stuff, I really like Temba as well. So if you want like road cases, if you have a iMac that you want to put into a drop box and take on an airplane, Tenba, that's TENBA, as well as a incredible brand.
Cool.
Here's a big one. What is the single biggest mistake you made as a single filmer?
Ooh. Okay.
I don't know if I'd venture to say what the biggest one would be, because that's a massive undertaking. One thing that I wish that I had adopted sooner was accepting what content is king, like what that actually means. So we have a habit of often saying that story is most important, but then our behavior when we're filming doesn't actually reflect that. And so a big pivot for me as a doc filmer that's been helpful is I'm not just going for the prettiest shots. What I'm actually trying to do when I film documentary is to be a tour guide for the viewer, to take them through a sequence of events that makes sense for the story. And so, yes, I'm saying story there. So I'll reverse that word, to make sense for the narrative that's unfolding, the plot points. So don't just go for shots that look cool, actually take the viewer through an experience that builds tension and is logical. So what do I mean by logical? Well, actually try to build anticipation throughout the sequence of events that is going to build tension in the viewing experience, because the biggest thing that's missing from my work is a lack of what's going to happen next. So that's the new mantra that I really care about, is getting the viewer invested and then taking them on that journey of what's going to happen next. So how do I get them to meet the people in my work, to get them invested in them, to then set up the concepts of what's going to happen next in the piece? Because the second that a viewer knows what's going to happen next or doesn't care, that's when they skip ahead, that's when they move along. And if they're skipping ahead and moving along, then we're losing the ability to actually develop that emotional connection that will hopefully then impact them through the story. So that is one piece that's kind of on a high story level. And then the other piece is I wish I accepted that coverage is so important. So with things that are going to happen once, yes, get your great angle, but grabbing phones from everybody present and telling them what to do with those phones, especially in a documentary sense, is so helpful. I can't tell you how many times I've been in an edit filming a once in a lifetime event happen, like someone riding a raft off a waterfall into a homemade rope swing. And I only have one angle of it. And it's just, it doesn't let you build out the moment in the way that it deserves in the edit. And let me tell you, you're going to be wishing that even if someone had filmed it with an iPhone, they had done it well. So I've gotten really good at walking around to people, because people gather around when rope swings and stuff happen, specifically in the extreme sports sense. And I've gotten really good at getting people to like, okay, swipe over to the camera mode, lock the exposure, let's change the frame rate, boom. And then here's my email, send me that clip. And then the other layer along that is also getting permission to use the clip immediately after if they're willing. And I've found being willing to like humble yourself for getting coverage and your ability to kind of negotiate that as a solo shooter is so worth doing. And I wish that I did that more early on in my career. Oh, here's another audio one.
Awesome advice. Yeah, I love that.
Here's one about audio. Why don't you use wireless microphones and one receiver into your camera audio instead of separate recorders and syncing? Great question. So let's say we have a scenario where we have a talent on screen. We've got me filming and we're recording a BTS video and the main video on the same day. So we need audio from me captured well. We need audio from the talent captured well. So we've got two wireless audio situations happening there. So both of those wireless audios can go to individual cameras, and that would be an okay way to do that. The advantage of stepping up into 32-bit float is where the separate recorders becomes advantageous, because then you get audio recorded all the time, not just when the recorder's going, and it's going to be really high quality audio files. So again, I can't stress enough, if you're unfamiliar with 32-bit float, it will blow your mind. And a scenario of this is I could be whispering to a lav mic on my shirt, and then I could walk up to a helicopter that's starting and get in the helicopter, and all of that audio would be listenable and quality. So typically, if you're recording into the internal camera, if I was trying to whisper to a microphone and I wasn't on auto level, and then I walk up to a helicopter, that audio is just going to peak out. So that's a reality. So how do you get around that? Well, you go auto level. Well, the problem with auto level is you get fluctuating noise floor. So it doesn't behave naturally. So if you're wanting a ramped up sound like a helicopter starting up, your audio file with auto gain is going to behave weird, and that's frustrating. So no, you don't need to use multiple recorders, but if you want incredible latitude in your audio file, getting over to 32-bit float's worth it. So the MixPre 3 from Sound Devices also has 32-bit float. So if you wanted to run your audio recorders into there, you just have to make sure that from the transmitter to the receiver and then into the MixPre, you got to make sure that those gain levels from each step of the chain isn't introducing noise that you don't want. And for me personally, I've messed that up where I've gotten the gain just slightly wrong, and then stuff still peaks, and then you don't get the full advantage of the 32-bit float. So Tentacle Sync also has these tiny, I think it's called the Track E. That as well is an amazing system for doing timecode jamming without using the full Atomos or timecode systems ecosystem. That works amazing on its own. And so I used to overcomplicate timecode in my head, where I thought it was only useful for multicam scenarios, but I've been doing a lot more timecode this year, and it's kind of a game changer. So hopefully that explanation is somewhat useful. But in reality, for me, as a often shooting solo, I've ran into issues where batteries die. And so limiting the amount of batteries I have in the chain and the batteries I have to keep manage of is helpful. Downside of this, again, is that you don't get to actively monitor the audio. So yeah, maybe it is worth running a MixPre, running your wireless audio into there, putting on headphones, changing the gain right on there. And I will do that for larger doc scenarios. But if it's just me and a second shooter, that's going to be pretty tough.
Another thing that I've heard about recording into camera is that you don't want to put everything into something where the audio was 1% of the thought process and the whole device, where audio, that's all they're doing in a recorder, so yeah.
Right. A cool thing that I just utilized this past summer for the first time. So over on the Adamus channel, there's a few videos that you can find. Adamus has been making a lot of content lately, especially on how to utilize specifically their monitors. But one thing that I think is pretty neat is that, okay, let's get that in focus here. Boom, 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 boom.
Nice.
So you've got a mic stereo input on the Ninja itself, and then you have the audio coming over HDMI from your camera. So if you're recording into the Ninja, you can get the audio from your camera and also a secondary line. So what that means is that you can get 4 individual tracks into one file from a small system like this without an XLR module on top.
Oh,
so
okay.
So this is the way that I utilize this in the summer, where we had a shotgun mic on top of the camera running into the mic port of the Ninja. So right away, we know the shotgun mic on the camera, and we're using the Rode NTG Plus that has the auto high gain and safety track. So immediately we're getting a right and left channel that we could separate, where one of them is higher gain for more sensitivity and one of them is lower gain, so that way if something loud happens. So boom, we know we've got scratch audio on the camera that's quality. Boom. Then we have a wireless audio pack going into the mic port of the Sony. So on the Sony itself, we're running wireless audio into it. That's coming over the HDMI into the Ninja, and it's recording both. So we're getting shotgun audio as one track, wireless audio as another track, and then you've got no time code. So you don't have to deal with any syncing of anything. That's all built right into the file. And then the Ninja will let you individually monitor those levels. So if you just want to monitor the wireless audio inside the interface, you just tap over, just monitor the HDMI audio over from the camera. So there's a lot of different creative ways that I don't see many people utilize the mic import on the Ninjas. And that's actually a simple way to get quality multi-track. But again, you still need to set levels. So you still need to make sure that you don't botch the noise floor, and you're going to try protect, kind of making sure you don't get clipped audio, because clipped audio is no good.
I love that it can do 4 different channels in such a compact system as well. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty handy when I'm looking forward to the day where we get better and better audio. I think that's something that's hopefully coming. But when we can start recording just 32-bit audio as default in everything, yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty, either post or pre-fader, that's going to be a pretty big advancement for all the stuff we film.
Sounds good to me.
Anything else that you think is worth addressing?
With the Q&A?
Yeah.
People are loving this session, so I appreciate you kind of taking a little bit of extra time. There was actually on the Q&A section on the module, there was a couple from YouTube. Let me see. So yeah, one last question about PQ is the best setting to what the image will really look like. Back to the LUTs and presets. You said you prefer PQ, right, shooting on that, right?
Yeah. So yeah. PQ is the best mode for visually seeing on the Ninja what's actually being recorded. So it's not necessarily going to show you what the stylized image will look like when you're done post. So the dynamic range of the image, maybe the way that you post-process this in your colorist, or if you color grade it yourself, maybe you're going to squish things together more and compress things down and actually make things have more distinct blocks of exposure in the image, whatever you're doing to try to get the feel you want. So PQ is the most reliable way that I know of when you're visually looking at in the field a log image to actually see the full spectrum that you can displayed on every brightness value of the monitor, from the darks all the way to the brightest values. So what you see on the monitor is what you get, and it's trying its best to make that as linear as possible. So I've found that in my experience to be the most accurate way to just view exposure of an image. And then if you want stylized, that's where you can chuck on LUTs and things like that. But PQ is my favorite viewing mode, especially when recording in log and raw formats. And then that other question there, can you use 2 Bluetooth recorders with one phone? So you can. I'm not actually sure so when you mean use the phone, I'm not entirely sure if you mean recording video with the phone with it. I actually haven't done that. I don't know if that's a thing that you can do, but you can have multiple of these Zoom Bluetooths going at the same time with a Bluetooth timecode source. So timecode systems, they have different timecode products that integrate with the Adamus system. The UltraSync one is a great tool that will network with your Adamus if it has a sync module. These two things together can get timecode jammed into all sorts of different sources. So this is a timecode standard that everyone is fairly familiar with in the audio world. So you can either do audio timecode into the audio port of your camera, where there you can read that timecode off the file, or you can jam timecode actually into the camera itself to bake that into the file. So either by audio or by file, both are possible. Hopefully that answers that question.
I think the questions are probably not going to stop because everybody's just really into this. I think you've packed about 5 hours worth of presentation into like 1 hour, and so I'm really impressed with all the great info, all the gear, all the practical uses of it. I see that you've dropped your website, leftcoast.co. If you have any other projects that are coming up, I see somebody's asking about the rise of the Sufferfest. Is that Surferfest or Sufferfest?
I think Sufferfests.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, anything that you want to drop. I know you say you're on YouTube a lot, so
Yeah.
Any social, but yeah, I mean, we have that leftcoast.co.
Yeah, so someone there's asking for my email. If you go to leftcoast.co, right on the homepage there's a big green button, and that's probably the best way to do it. Because I run a YouTube channel, I get a decent amount of question emails, so I've had to deprioritize answering emails by question. So if you send a question via email, I may not answer it. The biggest thing that I'm passionate about lately, aside from the creative stuff that I do myself, is trying to help people actually finish their first project. So I think a lot of us, we get into video because we like the technical side and we figure out a way to start making money with it through freelancing, and we enjoy that. But then we find somewhere along the path, we forget to do the things why we actually really like it, which is our own creativity and actually expanding our skill set and trying to make things that we personally like. So that is something that I'm pretty passionate about, is making sure that people actually make things they like and having a base fundamental of storytelling that's actually practical. So I do that through Adventure Film Academy. And we're going to be doing live sessions next year where we're going to be teaching about how to do that. So if you're interested in that, that's something to check out. My YouTube channel, Levi Allen. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Max. This was a lot of fun. Hopefully it was helpful.
This was, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, the questions, they keep on coming. So, there's so much passion in the room, which I love. So thank you so much for showing some of your workflow, highlighting the Atomos gear. Yeah, it's been so much fun, Levi.
Right on. Thanks for having me. And I hope everyone has a good rest of their week. Take care, everyone.
Thanks so much. Yeah. Thank you everybody for joining for IDP. Day one. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. All these recordings are going to be on the B&H YouTube site, so definitely check that out. And join us for day two. I'm going to post that schedule for day two right over here. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much, everyone.